calling this meeting to order. This is the workshop meeting of the Commonwealth Transportation Board. We're really glad to be here in Winchester. I appreciate everybody putting this together for us. And our first item on the agenda this morning will be the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'll join me. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. A couple items this morning before we work into our main agenda. We are blessed to have a new member join us today, Mr. Randy Minshew, and we're just very pleased to have you. He's got a strong record of public service, and he continues to serve us in this role, so we're really appreciative of him agreeing to join us. And Randy, a few remarks, maybe a little bit about your background and what you're about.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's my honor to be here. Ever since I started practicing law, I've been involved in transportation policy and spent 6 years on the House Transportation Committee, including the drafting of House Bill 2313, probably the most important vote I took while I was down in Richmond. I'm a native of Fairfax County, and after going to Duke University and Washington Lee School of Law, came back here to Northern Virginia. I live in Leesburg and had the honor of representing Loudoun, Clark, and Frederick in the General Assembly, so it's good to be here back in Frederick County and City of Winchester, seeing many old friends. Honored to serve you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, we're just thrilled to have you join this board. Your record of service is outstanding, and we look forward to your knowledge and your leadership to help us as we work through the work that we do. It's interesting, you know, we've had a number of former legislators on the board because they figure out this is what's really happening, so they get on to make it keep working the way it needs to work. So we're really pleased to have you. So thanks for joining us. We're looking forward to serving with you. We also have Ms. Todd Stevens, our district engineer, is here today. Todd, and he's got some remarks that he'd like to make. We appreciate you hosting us here along with our CTB members. We got a bunch of CTB members in the Valley, and while Bristol is different than Winchester, it's all sort of the Valley to me.
Understood.
And so I look upon it as a core group of folks, and so from Ray and John and Tom and Randy and Ty. I think there's too many people from the Valley here, that's all I'm saying. I think they got us outnumbered. But it's a great group of folks, and we're very pleased to have them. And we're pleased, sir, to be in your district, and thank you for having us. So I'll turn this over to you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Secretary and members of the board, and welcome to Stanton District and the city of Winchester. I hope everyone's journey here was stress-free, although I-81, as we all know, can influence that at times. It certainly influenced me last night trying to get here. If you were stuck on I-81 at about 8 o'clock trying to get through Newmarket, but I made it, so thank you for that. So normally, I would be covering just some general facts about Stanton District, some of the statistics, how many roads that we maintain. But when it was announced at the May meeting that whoever was hosting the next CTB meeting had some work to do, I listened. And so I got together with my communications folks, and we put together a video to showcase the Stanton District. And so if technology will cooperate, we'll see if that will run.
So in other words, you're showing off.
The Virginia Department of Transportation's Stanton District is home to some of the fastest growing communities in the Commonwealth. Our 11 counties make up the Shenandoah Valley and Allegheny Highlands, a region renowned for breathtaking natural beauty, rich history and culture, vibrant downtowns, and Virginia's top agricultural producers, bringing farm to table in every season.
This all creates an enviable quality of life that more people and more employers want to call home. A diverse economic base includes household names like Amazon, Hershey, and Target in Augusta County, and Kraft Heinz Foods and Trex Decking near Winchester, Merck Pharmaceuticals near Elkton, and Westrock Packaging in Covington.
Defense contractor Northrop Grumman will bring more than 300 high-tech jobs to Waynesboro in the fall of 2025. The city and VDOT partnered on the nearby Southern Corridor project to enhance road and rail access for existing employers and those still to come.
In Warren County, federal funding helped forge a unique partnership between VDOT and the Virginia Port Authority. The Rockland Road Bridge project accommodates current and future freight rail needs at the nearby Virginia Inland Port, while improving traffic flow on the roadway by eliminating an at-grade crossing with the Norfolk Southern rail line.
The district has also worked closely with Frederick County on the Crossover Boulevard project, bridging Interstate 81 to improve connectivity and access to jobs. And it has partnered with the City of Stanton on the Crossing Way project, which will foster economic development by easing congestion, enhancing mobility, and improving access to surrounding properties.
Efficient, reliable transportation is a key driver of economic development, and that starts with I-81. Nearly half of all commercial truck traffic in Virginia uses this corridor to deliver more than $300 billion worth of goods each year.
The I-81 Corridor Improvement Program is a significant commitment to enhance safety, reduce congestion, and unlock the region for further economic growth. The Stanton District has several major improvements under construction and on the horizon. They include current widening in the Stanton and Strasburg areas and truck climbing lanes at Weir's Cave. Within the next 3 years, expect the start of construction for additional lanes in Harrisonburg, Rockbridge County, and Winchester.
Sustaining growth and enhancing safety for our 600,000 residents within the district also requires a robust construction and maintenance program on all our roadways and continual efforts to improve our traffic operations.
Stanton has more than 7,000 miles of roadway and over 3,500 bridges and culverts, the most of any VDOT district. Our structure and bridge program ranges from the 1,900-foot South Fork Shenandoah River crossing to hundreds of small stream crossings and 2 historic covered bridges.
Transportation design and construction teams are responsible for an ever-growing program that delivers dozens of VDOT-administered projects on time and on budget every year, while local assistance teams support cities and counties tackling their own projects. Our traffic operations group identifies systemic improvements along every type of roadway, offers innovative approaches to motorist and pedestrian safety, and directs quick clearance of crashes and incidents from the Traffic Operations Center.
The Stanton District has over 700 employees, 2/3 of them directly maintaining our transportation infrastructure, including roadway treatments, drainage enhancements, mowing and tree trimming, installation of signs and pavement markings. They're also ready for emergency operations, from snow and ice removal to sending highway emergency response teams throughout the Commonwealth for storm recovery efforts.
Stanton District maintenance crews possess a rare blend of skill and safety consciousness as they consistently display at the statewide equipment rodeo. In 2024, Stanton earned its 5th straight Jim Klein Award as VDOT's top scoring district and is eager to defend the title this summer.
The entire district team has that same drive for success, whether preserving our existing roads, bridges, and operations, or planning and building for the future.
Just like our customers, the VDOT Stanton District is always on the move, striving to innovate, to serve, to relentlessly improve our transportation network.
I think that did a much better job than I would have done covering just some stale facts.
It was outstanding, but you would have done the same thing.
Thank you so much. Ken Slack and Tara Todd, who are part of our communications staff, they put that together in a pretty quick manner since the challenge was thrown down in May, and we rallied very quickly. I put a few bullet points on a piece of paper, and they took off and ran with it. So my appreciation to those folks and the rest of the communications staff. One other piece of good news is Ken Slack was recently selected as our new communications manager in the Stanton District. He will be replacing Sandy Myers, who is getting ready to enjoy a well-deserved retirement in September. So again, welcome to Winchester. I hope you have a productive meeting and a pleasant stay in the Shenandoah Valley. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Very well done. You know, yesterday we were in Weir's Cave talking about 81, as we will do the next few days. And it's just a very transformative project for this part of the country. And this is a really important and beautiful part of Virginia. I mean, every time I come to the Valley, it just makes you feel good. And there are great people here. It's a great part of Virginia. And it's really important that we're able to help unlock some of the opportunity and solve some of the problems here in this corridor. As Todd said, it's a big place. It's 325 miles long, and 81 is. It's got 43% of the interstate truck traffic in Virginia. It carries $300 billion worth of goods, $300 million worth of goods. Is it billion or billion? It's got to be billion. 300 billion in goods, which is like half of the goods that traverse the state. So understand that. Not only that, it's just a beautiful place to be. I was here, I can't remember if it was last week or weeks moved together. Somebody asked me this morning if I wake up in the morning knowing where I am, and sometimes the answer is yeah, and sometimes it's no. But we were at Buc-ee's not far away here for the opening, which was exciting. People showed up at like 4 in the morning to be first in line. It's a phenomena. That the guy that runs that company, one of the two founders, Beaver Arch Applin, is just a great guy, and he's done great work here in Virginia. We look forward to continuing to partner. But anyway, the 81 corridor is hugely important. And Mr. Minshew, I would tell you that without 2313, and I was on the board back then, I was a McDonnell appointee ultimately, and we had pushed him really hard in our region that we had to find more transportation money. And to send a Republican governor to Richmond to raise taxes is just not a normal thing in Virginia. But we did that, and ultimately we got that through a lot of great leadership of you and other folks. And frankly, if we hadn't, I don't know where we would be. It was transformative. It was certainly the most transformative thing since Governor Belial did his work in transportation. And it continues, and it's continued into this 81 program here, which is a great program. It's substantial. It's never enough. We know that. It's never enough. But it's substantial. It's transformative. And the good news for 81 is that revenue stream does not curtail. It will continue until the General Assembly and the governor decide it's going to stop. And hopefully they won't do that because there's lots of work that needs to be done out here. And so we're just excited to be out here and holding a meeting, our CTB meeting out here. And Todd, great job. I had a former career early in my life at Newport News Shipbuilding, and one of the coolest things about that, and I worked for the CEO there, they had everything, and you could get anything done. There were 32,000 people, and you could literally get anything done that you wanted to have done. You could print a book, you could make a robot, you could get them to do anything you wanted to do because they had total capability. VDOT's kind of like a little bit of that, right? There's so many good, talented people with such diverse skills that look what somebody, I won't call it threw together, but obviously in a short period of time to be able to put out something so sort of impactful like that, it just tells you about that organization. So Commissioner, good work with your group. And we're going to dive into the agenda. Our first item on our agenda this morning is fiscal year major projects update and FY 2631 capital plan amendment for the Virginia Passenger Rail Authority, Mr. DJ Statler. DJ, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Secretary. Good morning, members of the board. It's a pleasure to be here today. I was here earlier this year to present the VPRA major capital budget, or I guess the capital budget. At that point, I presented the budget, and I was very clear that there were 3 projects that had numbers that were incorrect because those 3 projects were in the middle of negotiation, and we didn't want to replace those numbers with new numbers that we knew were going to change again. So those negotiations are complete, and I'm here today to give you an update on those negotiations and then also present an amended budget that would change just those 3 projects, and I'll go through that. So that's why I'm here today, and then the good Lord willing, I'll be back here in the September meeting at the action meeting to get that amendment approved. This budget amendment and all these negotiations have gone through the VPRA board. They've approved it, so this has been well vetted, but we wanted to give you all an update because they're pretty big updates. The biggest project that I'm going to talk about today is the Long Bridge project, and that, as you may recall, was separated into 2 packages. There's the north package, which starts at the northern end of the river, actually goes into DC up towards L'Enfant, and then there's the south package, which is the actual bridge over the water. We've talked about this before. The bridge that doesn't go over the water is actually the more complex one because there are 6 bridges there: Washington Channel, Ohio Drive, 395, number of bridges. That we completed negotiations. As you can see from the slide, we awarded that to Skanska Flatiron. They have been a fantastic partner. They were good negotiations. They were honest negotiations. We had a lot of good back and forth about means and methods, and we ended in a good place, I think, for us and for them. And now we're excited to continue building the project. Those of you that were in DC over the last couple of weeks, there were some road closures, so you can see that work is happening and it's happening quickly. That new budget number is $1.65 billion. It's an increase of $567 million, which is a big number, but it's still very close to what the independent cost estimate came up with. And thankfully, and we'll talk about this a little later, we can still fund it within our capital plan. We knew that this number was going to be in this range. So over the last 3 years, any extra investment income, any extra funds, we've been putting in a board reserve that our board controlled. And so we're able to take some money out of that board reserve, and we'll talk about that later. But as I said earlier, construction is underway. There are a lot of machinery out there. We're making great progress. Still on track to be open by 2030, operationally open by 2030. Second project is the Long Bridge South package. That came in, as I said earlier, that's the one over the water. That came in under budget. It gave us a budget decrease of about $186 million. That is being done by a joint venture, also Trumbull Fay Wagman. They are well underway. If you go over the bridge on VRE or on Amtrak, you will see that they're doing borings in the water already, and work is underway. That is also scheduled to be done by 2030, right on time, so we're in good shape there as well. Third project I want to talk about is the bypass. This is the Franconia-Springfield bypass. As you may recall, in order to have dedicated passenger track going from DC all the way down to Richmond, unfortunately, north of Springfield, all of the passenger platforms are on the west side of the track, and south of Springfield, they're all on the east side of the track. So even with dedicated track, you would have to cut across the freight. When we met with CSX back in 2020, 2019, we said that's not feasible, so we came up with a solution that would actually be a lift up and over a bridge that takes the passenger trains over the freight and then puts them on the correct side. Those negotiations are also complete. That's a joint venture with Flatiron Herzog. That budget is $532 million. It's an increase from what we had before of about $127 million. Work is underway. You see they've done a ton of tree clearing. FRA has been a fantastic partner with us on that, on just getting the reevaluation taken, NEPA reevaluation taken care of. So we actually in June executed the construction contract to move forward on that. And then the final project that I want to brief on before we talk hard numbers is the corridor siding. So between Fredericksburg basically and Richmond, we had a number of sidings where trains could pull off and let other trains pass. They were agreed upon with CSX back in 2019, 2020. As we've moved forward, we've taken a look at those, and we've worked with CSX to figure out if they are really in the right place. And to be very candid, one of them, just north of Ashland, required us to replace not only railroad track, but also a highway bridge, which needs to be replaced eventually, but it doesn't need to be replaced right now. Because we were doing the project right there, we said, hey, let's look at replacing the highway bridge. That added a lot of money to our project that technically, candidly, we really didn't want to add, especially for a bridge that could have another 10 years in it. So we went to CSX and said, hey, can we get the service that we need, the extra trains, and move that siding north? They said, yes, absolutely. Because you can see on the slide, the old Hanover siding we have moved. It's now north, and it's called the Taylorsville siding. So that was able to move, saving us some money. We also were able to cancel a siding and say we'll do it sometime in the future and replace it with crossovers, which are much less expensive, saving us money as well. Net decrease in all of these is about $86 million. So still get the service we want, get the work done on time, and are able to complete it in 2030. So numbers. Here are the changes, and it summarizes everything we've just talked about. It's a total increase with all the ups and downs, about $422 million. As I said earlier, we have been prepared for this, and so we had the money set aside. We can go through these one by one, but it's Long Bridge North up 567, South down 186. You see it all comes out to the 422. That gets us, if you look at the big chart, here are all the charts, all the projects that you saw back in May when I was here, April and May when I was here. That totaled $4.1 billion. Next slide shows the amended budget, and you see the things that change, just the highlighted changes, brings it up to 4.5. So we've gone from 4.1 to 4.5. All of the changes that we just discussed here, the different line items. Again, we'll get all the service in FY30 as planned. Where does the money come from? So here are changes in sources, and I want to go through these a little more slowly. So part of when we changed the plan to go to Christiansburg, we had to deal with Norfolk Southern, and that deal cut the cost of our New River Valley extension significantly in exchange for allowing us to buy the Manassas line, which gives us a lot more control over VRE slots and Northern Virginia slots. In part of that conversation, we agreed to purchase from Norfolk Southern Seminary Yard, which is a yard that is not really used by Norfolk Southern anymore. And we're going to use that, VRE is going to use that for midday storage. It will also allow in the future, if we come to an agreement, run-through service that will allow the trains to stop in Alexandria. As part of that, we turned that over to VRE in exchange for $155 million. So they gave us $155 million. They'll have ownership of that. You all actually approved that land sale earlier this year. Also had an increase in state revenue sources. There were some operational changes with Amtrak where our costs were projected to go down because Amtrak's getting new equipment that was funded by IIJA, so we don't have to do as substantial capital overhauls that we thought we'd have to do. We, knock on wood, have done well on the investment front, so we've got about $26 million there. And then we got $10 million in grants and $10 million local contributions. The grants for Staples Mills Station, Ettrick Station planning, and then local contributions is kind of a wash. Stafford, we're moving some utilities in Stafford as part of the siding project. They are on the hook to pay for that. And so we're going to pay for it, and then they're going to pay us back because their ability to get money, it takes them a little longer than it takes us. So increase in sources is 319. As you see here, we are going up 422 in our uses. We've got a 319 offset in sources. Other minor changes in the budget just over the last few months, $21 million. Part of that was the parking lot grading that we talked about yesterday at New River Valley. But the net change in our management reserve is $124 million. We took that proposal to our board in May. In June, they approved it, and so they're going to move that money, so we are once again fully funded. Lots of numbers, lots of movement, but the short story is projects will still be done by 2030. We'll still get service in 2030, and I'm not asking the Secretary for any more money.
That's good news.
I'm here to bring good news. Any questions or anything you want to go into more detail?
Have any questions, Dr. Smoot?
Mr. Chairman, does the Richmond layover facility address the concerns that were voiced here several months ago about delays on trains that are turning in Richmond and then coming back to the station, the congestion issues at the Acker Yard, things of that nature?
So to answer the question that was asked, yes, it does. It prevents, it will make it so we no longer have to. So what happens now is when trains come to Richmond Main Street Station, they come, they drop off passengers, but the trains lay over overnight at Staples Mills. So they come south, drop off their passengers, and then they go back up 9 miles through that very crowded Acker Yard and lay over at Staples Mills. So it's an unnecessary backward move that does cause a lot of congestion. The Richmond layover facility is going to be south of Main Street, so those trains will now, well, when it's done, will continue down to that layover facility and not add to that congestion. So my answer to your question as asked is yes. Once it's done, will there be no congestion there? No, there'll still be congestion there, and it's still going to be a problem, but it won't be as bad as it is now.
Anybody else? DJ, we've just completed a week of cousins camp at our farm, which is Granny having all the grandchildren and the family there, which can get kind of fun. And my youngest son was slated to go to National Landing tonight for some work activities. And it seems like all the rental cars in Virginia are like not available. He had a rental reservation for a car in Richmond, but they called him last night and said they don't have any cars. So guess what he's doing?
Taking the train, I would hope so.
He's taking the train.
I hope he's
And
paying
like,
full
Dad,
fare.
this is great. He says, I get in at the same time. I don't have to deal with the interstate. Like, Mom's going to drop me at the train station. This is fantastic. So there you go, sir.
Good, I'm happy to hear that. And look, it's our job to make sure that his trip is safe, on time, and pleasant. So when he gets off, he says, I can't wait to do that again.
Exactly, exactly. So it was a great story. I will say this, folks, and I don't want to sort of harp on it or belabor it, but when we started this sojourn 3.5 years ago, we quickly found out that the Roanoke, the line to Christiansburg, or the project to Christiansburg, was fraught with issues. And the bottom line is, we do what we do sometimes in government, which we rush things for the wrong reasons. And so we had a project down there that was going to be hugely over budget, hugely behind time. And it's because we didn't have good information when we announced the project. And so, you know, we're not doing that anymore we're not doing that during this administration. But you still have things that change over time, right? And so we did this deal. DJ was instrumental in bringing this Christiansburg deal to fruition with Norfolk Southern. And it really changed the game for us in both Christiansburg, but all the rest of this. And so at the end of the day, we were able to pull all this off, or DJ and his board were able to pull all this off. And by the way, the board is chaired by Tiffany Robinson, our director of DRPT.
He's a much harder board chair than you are, sir.
Excuse me?
Nothing.
Long story short, we were able to pull it off within the monies that were available. And the Long Bridge project, you know, when you see a project that goes up by $500 million from $1.1 million to $1.6 million, it's like, that's not a good day. And it's not just the $500 million, it's the spread between $1.1 million and $1.6 million and the percentage. And you go like, ugh. So I guess my comment is generally, and we've pledged, I think as a group, that we're never going to have another project that's zero design and zero engineering, and we're going to announce a date and an amount of money. And that just doesn't work out very well. But in the Long Bridge case, we have some design, we have some engineering, and yet things continue to change. And so thank goodness the VPRA board and the leadership of DJ and his team knew that their numbers were not as firm as we'd like them to be. And so out of the abundance of caution, they put a bunch of money aside in their budget for a reserve. And that's what we've relied on here. It's $100 and some million, the net impact here. And so good work, sir. And we look forward to having these trains all this done in 2030. And this will not only help Virginia, but the truth is it has a demonstrable impact on train, both freight and passenger train, on the East Coast of the United States, because that is the choke point between the North and the South, and there's one bridge, and now there won't be one bridge. So thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Next item on the agenda is the Virginia Byways Program overview and proposed designation of 2 segments of Route 675 in Shenandoah County. Terry Short. Good
Yes.
morning, sir. Hope
Mr.
you're well.
Secretary, members of the board, thank you so much for having me this morning. We have a request for Virginia Byways designation, and this presentation will provide an overview, a brief overview of the Virginia Byways Program, the request, and a summary of that designation recommendation. The Virginia Byways Designation Program is authorized by the Code of Virginia, authorizes this board to designate scenic byways in Virginia and to do so in cooperation with the Virginia Department of Conservation and Recreation. That generally involves a recommendation or deferral from DCR to VDOT and then ultimately to the board, which we have received. The Local Assistance Division manages this program and works closely with the DCR staff using a memorandum of agreement which designates the process and responsible activities and responsible parties. And this slide just sort of summarizes the program and mentions that it dates back all the way to 1966. Generally, the designation is used by local governments to showcase unique attributes along a particular corridor, and it becomes a part of their tourism strategy for the locality. It's important to note that a designation does not limit road improvement, although the department does consider the designation during project design, and we will attempt to use context-sensitive design solutions as part of a process should a project materialize. But often these things are in quite rural areas with not a lot of activity. So the process begins with a request from the affected locality or interested locality, and the staff then works with both agencies to evaluate that corridor, and then before any recommendations are made. The evaluation includes researching local zoning laws, traffic volumes, accident reports, identifying places of historical, natural, or recreational significance, and routes offering diverse, non-developed landscape experiences connecting points of interest, and a leisurely drive experience typically can qualify for a designation. If there's an interest upon the public through a request or alike, should public comments receive, a public hearing could be held, in addition to a standard sort of board process that you might have at the local level. So with that, the request today comes to us from our neighbors just to the south in beautiful Shenandoah County and their board of supervisors. They have requested that the CTB designate two segments, residual segments of Route 675 as a Virginia byway. This request would simply complete the designation of Route 675 from the West Virginia border all the way to the county limits adjacent to Page County. Today, currently, just for context, we have about 3,600 miles of designated scenic byways, and those can be found on a online published map that Local Assistance Division has generated. We've pivoted from a static map, and if you have a moment included in your packet, feel free to visit and click on that. There's an abundance of really interesting data about when the designation was created, what are the qualities, what are the sort of scenic vantage points that you might experience, and really as folks sort of build a route, we're privileged to have a numerous routes to sort of consider across the Commonwealth, and this is just a neat tool if you've got some time to drive around the valley.
Mr. Short, before you move the slide,
Yes.
go back, please.
Sure.
I didn't see this before, but there's red and green on this slide. On your future slides, you're going to show some red for what we're looking at. What's the red on this slide?
The red designates the National Scenic Byway. So Blue Ridge Parkway, Shenandoah National
And
Park.
through Yorktown, the Colonial Parkway?
That's right, sir.
That is? Okay, thank you. So the red's national and the green is state.
That's right.
Thank you.
So this map shows Shenandoah County with the proposed byway segments highlighted in orange. Routes highlighted in green are existing byways. And again, this would complete the designation all the way through Shenandoah County from West Virginia to Page. Just another map here highlighting the 3.31 mile segment that extends from West Virginia to Route 717, Liberty Furnace Road in Shenandoah. The eastern segment is just a small 0.36 miles long and extends from, again, the Page County line to a point around Route 730 or Moreland Gap Road. Combined, again, the request today is for 3.67 miles. That would bring the total mileage designation in Virginia to 3612. So some points of interest that might be interesting for you is that the proposed byway provides access to several important and significant points of interest, including Camp Roosevelt, which was the first civilian conservation corps camp in the United States and is located in the eastern segment proposed for the designation, and Camp Wolf Gap, which was an all African-American CCC camp and located in the western segment proposed for its designation. Both camps built critical infrastructure, contributed to conservation, and provided opportunities for economic and personal growth during the Great Depression. Route 675 has really just stunning views. I spent 16 years, my first 16 years with the department in Stanton District, And as I was driving up 81 this morning, I recalled that there was a really beautiful road that connects from Edinburgh over to Page Valley, and it dawned on me that it's Route 675. So if you get a chance, it really is a stunning route. So following today's presentation, next steps would include bringing an action item to the board at your September meeting, seeking your approval, and if approved, the department would then proceed with, again, they're small segments, so, but we would update our mapping, share that with the county, and then as appropriate and as necessary, install additional Virginia cardinal signs, these little blue signs with the cardinal on it that you've probably seen in your travels. So with that, if there's any questions?
Any questions from Mr. Short? All right, thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is item number 3, Economic Development Access Program, Ravenna Futures in Albemarle County. Welcome back, Terry.
Yeah, thank you so much. Now for something entirely different. So this morning we've got a really exciting economic development access project, a request for a major employment and investment, or MEI site, which is a design only in Albemarle County for the Ravenna Futures property. First, just a quick overview of the program. The EDA program provides support for the design and construction of roads that serve new or expanding economic development sites that meet the basic employer requirements of our partners with the Virginia Economic Development Partnership. Localities can submit applications on a rolling basis to the department through local assistance, and our staff works closely with VDP and district staff to determine a site's eligibility for the program. And again, today we have a major employment and investment site application which can receive additional funding due to their predetermined potential to create a high-impact regional economic development project as defined and articulated by our friends over at VDP. Localities can receive allocations for known sites or speculative sites with the appropriate surety to guarantee allocations that are provided. And those allocations can also be for the entire design and construction, or can be for design only, such as the case for today. As I mentioned, this is an MEI site, and it's defined as a site that can attract high-impact economic development that are expected to generate a capital of investment of at least $250 million and create more than 400 full-time jobs. In short, these sites and projects are expected to have a substantial and impactful direct economic impact on the surrounding communities in Virginia. The Albemarle County allocation request is for the road design only, and the EDA program application will provide design-only allocations for such sites of up to $650,000, with $150,000 of that being a dollar-for-dollar match by the locality. These allocations must be guaranteed by a surety, as I mentioned, which will be released after the final plans are approved, and which has a 2-year to completion requirement. Just to give you a little orientation to the project's location, here's the location map, again, located in Albemarle County. It's a 172-acre site located along Route US 29, 12 miles from I-64 and 3 miles from the Charlottesville-Albemarle Airport. The site is adjacent to Ravenna Station, which is a premier military installation specializing in national intelligence initiatives. The proposed allocation will provide funding to design an access road that would extend from Boulders Road to access 172 acres of undeveloped property. And it plans to extend the existing 4-lane section of Boulders Road for 0.3 miles. VDP has confirmed that the future site here has multiple parcels capable of supporting such a high-impact regional economic development project with a capital investment of at least a quarter of $1 billion, and the potential for creating more than 400 jobs.
Back one slide, please.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Just go forward.
So again, to kind of give you into the details onto the site, this illustration here provides a location of the proposed new access road. VEDP estimates that it'll support the development of about 850,000 square feet of industrial, office, and technology space. It is significant because this location is adjacent to Ravenna Station, an anchor for the intelligence and national security sector. It is currently a Tier 3 site as designated by VEDP and their Virginia Business Ready program. The county has received funding from that program to perform site grading and other activities to raise the tier to a Tier 4 site, which is essentially a ready to go site, ready to go investment. So quite exciting. So our next steps here would be to bring this request formally to the board in September for your consideration and approval. And upon approval, if approved, we would enter into a programmatic agreement, state aid agreement with Albemarle County to facilitate the project and get going.
Thanks, sir. Any questions for Mr. Short? This is really impactful development north of Charlottesville. It's sort of quiet and not well known, but it's really important to national security there, and there's a lot of opportunity. Albemarle went in and bought a lot of land around that to sort of help push this forward, and so there's lots of opportunity there. This is going to be a really good, impactful project for Virginia. Thanks for bringing that, Terry. The next item on the agenda is the Merit Program Review. Mr. Zach Trogdon. Good morning, sir. Welcome. Hope you're well.
Morning. Good morning, everyone. It's great to see everybody, and everybody in the audience too. It's a packed house.
He came to see you, sir.
Now you just up the pressure quite a bit. I am pleased to be here this morning to introduce a review of DRPT's Merit Program, as you see on your agenda. Now, Merit, which stands for Making Efficient and Responsible Investments in Transit, was developed pursuant to legislation that required the development of criteria for allocating funds, primarily our capital and operating program funds. Altogether, that's about $200 million or more each year that we allocate through these programs. The legislative intent from this has been operationalized over the years in CTB policy. So that is really how these programs are guided by CTB decisions and how we operate them. The presentation today is going to provide you a review of how the programs are currently being operated, and we're also going to present some initial findings and approaches to how we might do some potential improvements to them. So please look out for that today. As the policymaking body for DRPT, we welcome and frankly need your feedback as we continue to make public transportation more efficient and effective in the Commonwealth. We've actually retained some consultants to assist in this, in evaluating the elements of the programs. We're pleased to have with us Sarah Sherino, who will be talking about the elements of the capital program, and then Nate Masick, who will be talking about the elements of the operating program. Sarah and Nate actually have been involved with DRPT on these programs for many years, so they really do have a real depth of knowledge on these. We also have some staff in attendance that can answer questions as we get into some of the intricacies of the program as you have them. So with that, welcome Sarah to start on the capital program, and then Nate will follow her. Thank you.
Sarah, welcome.
Secretary. So today I'm going to start by giving an overview of the Merit Operating and Capital Assistance Programs as they work today. We'll spend some time understanding those programs and then discuss initial findings from our review, as well as some potential improvements that we're currently evaluating, and then move on to what the next steps are. As Zach mentioned, Merit is DRPT's statewide grant program. Stands for Making Efficient and Responsible Investments in Transit. It supports public transportation services throughout Virginia. Process includes applications that come in. Those are screened for eligibility. There's a data-driven scoring process that we'll spend some time going through. That process is used to normalize and rank projects, and develop the fiscally constrained recommendation. I'm going to speak about the capital assistance program, and then my colleague Nate is going to talk about operating. An overview of the Merit Capital Assistance Program history. Merit was developed in 2018. DRPT worked with TISDAC and a consultant staff to come up with this prioritization method. And that policy was really looking at how do we favor projects that are achieving policy objective of maintaining a state of good repair of current transit assets, and then providing funding to those projects that have the greatest impact on the delivery of transit service. Projects are categorized into 3 different buckets. Those are state of good repair, minor enhancements, and major enhancements. And we'll dive into those in a little more detail on following slides. There have been some changes to eligible recipients. Due to the nature of WMATA and VRE, those 2 transit agencies are not part of the current Merit Capital Assistance Program.
They have their own.
And then
Make sure that nobody thought they were left out.
they
They're
are
not
not
left out.
There has been 1 review since implementation in 2018. That was done in 2022. This is the 2nd review. In 2022, there were some minor changes to project categorization and some of the scoring parameters. In terms of the process, applications are open for capital assistance starting December 1st, and they're due back February 1st. All the projects, and there's about 400 to 500 projects a year, are screened for eligibility and readiness. They're filtered into those 3 categories that we discussed: state of good repair, minor enhancements, and major enhancements. And then they're scored with a data-driven process. They're ranked, and then recommendations for funding are proposed to CTB in April with action in June. So it's a pretty quick turnaround from when applications come in February to those recommendations in April. The eligibility readiness review looks at a whole bunch of characteristics. DRPT staff complete this over about a 3 to 4 week period of time. So each of the projects, depending on the nature of the project, are reviewed for various components, making sure the right backup is provided. Any design plans are reviewed, making sure all of that documentation is there. As I mentioned, there's 3 categories of projects. State of good repair, which is a bulk of the projects that come in. Those are projects that are rehabbing or replacing existing assets, and they're less than $3 million. Minor enhancements are projects that are adding capacity, so they're new assets, and also they're less than $3 million. Minor enhancements also include any expansion vehicles, so more vehicles in addition to what you already have, that are less than 5 vehicles or 5% of the fleet. And then finally, engineering design projects are also included in that minor enhancement bucket.
Sarah, question.
Yes.
State of good repair.
Yes.
So we have an existing asset and it's aged out or mild out, both useful life measures. And so it's submitted to us to say we need to replace this. How do we get to the underlying value of that vehicle? How do we know that vehicle is being well utilized in the current performance measurement?
So in terms of the review, that's part of the eligibility review that DRPT staff is doing when applications come in before they get scored. And so part of a transit agency's requirements with DRPT is to do transit strategic plans and transit development plans, and those look at the current fleet and the service needs of the area. And those are done every 10 years, 5 to 10 years.
So every 10 years. So tell me about the usage that we look at of that vehicle, the kinds of things that we look at in terms of eligibility for that vehicle to be considered to be replaced. I know they got a plan. I know they got a 10-year plan. That's great. But last year, that vehicle was 90% occupied, or last year, that vehicle was 5% occupied. Where do we get to that in the eligibility?
I don't believe that's part of the eligibility.
Trick question, folks. The answer is we don't. So sort of what we do is we got these long plans, we've got these assets, and we say, well, this asset's gotten old, we need to replace it. And I liken it to my daughter, who's now had a child. She had a smaller car. We're not replacing it, she needed a bigger car. And ultimately, she's going to need a smaller car again at some point in her life if she lives long enough. And she's going to not buy the Suburban again. She's going to go back to the smaller car because she doesn't need it anymore. And that's what I think is missing here in some of this analysis. And so that's what this is going to be a long road a bit because we don't have the data that we want. But we just sort of, this would be an overstatement, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, educate me here. But we sort of just say, if you got it and you've been using it, we'll replace it, as long as it's in the 10-year plan. Well, I'm not sure that's the best way to do it, but that's what we're trying to get at here. So if you'll continue, thank you. Ms. Sellers.
I'm sticking with this slide, and then I have a different question too. But how does the minor enhancement and major expansion, how do those connect to Smart Scale? Because these same transit agencies can apply for those in Smart Scale.
So for those two types of projects, we'll get into how they're scored. The major expansion does use the same Smart Scale criteria or factor areas, scored in a slightly different way that are more transit focused. But yes, there are projects that overlap in eligibility. And you're going to see that there's different match components for each of these three criteria. The major somewhat recognizes the fact that those projects are more eligible for other funding sources, be it federal funding or Smart Scale, and that lower match encourages folks to also look at other funding mechanisms.
Okay. And then is this tied to a state plan, like Smart Scale is tied to VTrans? Are these projects in the state's VTrans, or I know there's a couple of different plans that DRPT has, but
I have to defer that,
No.
yeah.
No,
So
the answer is no.
okay, so they're just tied to the transit agency's plan.
Exactly,
Oh, very interesting.
which could be updated every 10 years. And,
So
Sarah, continue.
Continuing on this slide, just wanted to make the distinction that the minor and the major, the difference there is the greater than 3 million. And then major does also include expansion vehicles that are greater than 5 vehicles or 5% of the fleet. These projects are all scored in a slightly different manner based on that categorization. So for state of good repair, projects are based on 3 components. You have the asset condition score, and that is looking at how old is the vehicle, what % of useful life has been achieved, the mileage. Service impact score, which is up to 40 points, looks at 4 factor areas of basically the provision of transit service. And then the incentive score, applications can get up to 10 points in 4 categories of incentive points. The result is a maximum of 110 points for state of good repair.
Sarah, can you go to service impact score, operating efficiency, and speak to that, please?
Yes. For all of the service impact score components, there's 4 of them. In each area, you can get up to 10 points, and it's based on your impact in those areas. So each of the projects can get a high, medium, low, or no impact score in each of those 4 criteria. So for operating efficiency, a vehicle that is critical to operating your transit service would get a high score.
How do you determine whether it's critical or not?
So there are 15 categories of projects that are outlined in CTP policy, and based on the type of project that you are applying for, you automatically get the points, so it's done in a consistent manner for all of the projects.
So I'm trying to replace a bus. Tell me about the scoring that will talk to that bus's operating efficiency?
So because a bus is a critical component to operating service, the bus would get a high score for operating
So
efficiency.
stop right there. So it has nothing to do with the actual efficiency and operation of the route of the bus or anything else. It's just the bus is a bus, and the buses are critical to transit, so he gets a 10.
It's based on the project type.
Does everybody see the problem here? Okay, that's the problem, right? It's if you have it, we'll replace it. If your budget is big, we'll give you more money. That's not operating efficiency, folks. That's just deciding that buses are critical, and they are, to a transit system. They're what they are. And they are critical, right? But is this bus critical? Is this route critical? I don't know if it is or not. And that's what I think we need to know. That's what transit agencies need to know. We just shouldn't assume that everything we have is great and is working properly and is bringing us operating efficiency or whatever. We shouldn't just assume that. And that's sort of what we do because we don't have data. All right, Sarah, keep going.
The minor enhancement category, those are scored in a very similar fashion. However, it's a new asset, and so you no longer have that asset condition score. So the same service impact score and incentive score is applied in this category for a total of up to 50 points. For the major projects, and these are the projects that are over $3 million, the 6 factor areas, which is designated by state legislation, are used, and those are the same smart scale factor areas. They are scored in a different way than smart scale, and it is more transit focused. So you're going to see for congestion mitigation, we're looking at the change in peak period ridership rather than throughput that you would look at for smart scale. It's also important to remember in this category, projects are divided by the cost to the state when we're prioritizing and normalizing projects. So during our review, we found that projects were prioritizing those funding to projects that were state of good repair and to projects that were providing the most impact to transit service, those goals that we talked about earlier. However, we did find that there were some areas where projects didn't fit neatly into the existing categories or scoring methodologies that created some challenges. While a bulk of the state of good repair projects are vehicle replacements that have a estimated service life, there are a bunch of other state of good repair projects that don't have an estimated service life, which then doesn't allow you to score them based on the asset condition score. And those projects are scored in the minor enhancement and are grouped with minor enhancements, and so they're prioritized with minor rather than prioritizing those state of good repair projects. We also found that we get a handful of projects that are over $3 million, but they're replacing or rehabbing an existing asset. So this might be something like a operating maintenance facility that needs repairs. And so those projects don't really fit into the 6 smart scale components because you're replacing an existing facility components. You're not necessarily changing the ridership or the land use of the area. And so those projects may need a slightly different scoring methodology. We also found that it was interesting that vehicle expansion projects were categorized into minor and major, and those resulted in projects that had different match ratios based on whether you had 5 vehicles or 6 vehicles. And then finally, we found that some of the incentive scoring categories may not be achieving the desired results. We found that some were achieving the desired results, one of which is agency accountability. And we saw a very noticeable trend of between 2024 and 2026 of agencies turning in the reports that they needed to get those incentive points. Other categories, there was very low utilization, or most projects were getting the points and it wasn't really distinguishing between them.
Sarah, on your first bullet, you say that the scoring methodology is prioritize and fund capital projects in alignment with DRPT goals. And I think that's right, but it's not really right. And by that, I mean, the goals and the way we look at it are set because of the data that we can get. And I'm back to my whole point, which is if it's there and it's been used, then that's makes it critical, right? Well, that's not critical to me. Critical means it's been used wisely and efficiently. And I just continue to harp on this. And listen, it's different in different places and different agencies are different. Rural agencies have different challenges. They've got distance challenges and all sorts of issues. But when you consistently see 55 passenger buses rolling around with 7 people on them, consistently see that. And the transit agencies can't tell you how many people are on that bus, right? But you see it. You say, why do I need a 55 passenger bus to haul that many people around? Why do I need that? And the answer is because those are the buses that are made, and these are the buses we run, and this is an existing asset. If it's an existing asset and it's a bus, it's critical, and we fund a replacement. That's what we do. And we rarely get to the underlying issue, which is this route, is this size bus, is this really bringing value relative to its cost? Because at the end of the day, all we want is for more people to be able to take more transit better to where they want to go. And if we spend money places where that doesn't happen, then we're taking that away from that mission. So while I think you're right in the big sense, the methodologies that we work to get there don't reflect what we're trying to get to because we don't have the data. And we're not going to get this data tomorrow, folks, but over time we should push this to get that kind of data and get transit agencies to look at those things. These are all good people. They don't want to waste money either. But the system sort of just continues this process. And it's not the best one we can have. We need to find a better one. Sir.
So based on those findings, we've been looking at some potential improvement options. For the projects that don't fit neatly into those existing categories, we're considering adding subcategories for state of good repair so that we have those vehicles that we have estimated service life for and those other assets that don't have that can't get that asset condition score, as well as adding subcategories for the major projects. And so this gets at those state of good repair major projects that are over $3 million, but are replacing or rehabbing an existing asset and separating those out from truly the expansion projects that are adding a BRT route or additional service. And then because of that, developing a new scoring methodology for those major state of good repair projects. For the distinction that vehicle expansions are both in minor and major, we're considering looking at just moving all of those projects to minor. They would all be scored consistently in that fashion rather than that distinction between 5 vehicles or 5% of the fleet. And then for the incentive categories, we're considering looking at eliminating some of those underutilized categories, as well as taking advantage to add some categories that would incentivize good grants management. So this means making sure projects that are receiving funding are using that funding and they're closing out those projects. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Nate.
Any questions for Sarah? Sarah? Don't go away.
Mr. Secretary.
We teed you up. Ms. Dunlop's first, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sort of new at this, so forgive me if you've covered this and it just isn't clear to me. What are the incentives for local agencies maintaining their vehicles in excellent repair for longer than the period of time that you're measuring?
There is not a current part of the process that evaluates that.
So if you have a great team of people maintaining your vehicles and running them with excellence and efficiency, there's no benefit to you.
On the current.
Thank you.
Laird.
How do you determine the replacement vehicle? Whether if it's a diesel bus, can somebody say, I want to go natural gas or EV?
That's left up to the transit agency, and so as part of their planning process, they're looking at what their agency is, their goals of the agency are, and so their vehicle replacement is part of their transit development plan and transit strategic plan.
So we have no control over that either.
Another thing I think we need to be thoughtful about, and this is a difficult area because we don't have necessarily all the information that we need. But the governor loves to say, and he's 100% accurate, that he's a conservationist, and he is, and I am too. And listen, we all live in this world, and we all have to drink the water and breathe the air, and it's really important that it's not fouled and it's not dangerous, and that we're not, corrupting our environment, and, our grandchildren's great-grandchildren need to have a decent place to live, and everybody, I think, everybody believes in that, right? And so when I see the incentive for zero emissions technology, I step back and say, okay, what I'm interested in as a citizen is I'm interested in the life cycle of whatever I have here and how it impacts me, good or bad. And the emission in and of itself is not the only part of that life cycle. I mean, we got to create the whole supply chain of what creates this less emission. And if that supply chain creates more bad stuff than it reduces by its emissions, then we need to step back and say, whoa, wait a minute, is that okay? And there's different kinds of bad stuff, right? We had a speaker at the governor's conference a couple years ago who was very intriguing. And I'd love to hear more debate because I'm just not an expert. But he was sort of a scientist type, and he went on and on and on about the supply chain of batteries and EVs and so forth and so on, to rare earth and how much you got to dig and how much more you got to dig. And, oh, by the way, that digging doesn't come without emissions and without construction equipment and what creates them and da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And so when you go back to that whole thing and you start stepping back, you say, okay, well, we all want a clean earth. Nobody wants the environment to explode and we can't live here anymore. Nobody wants that. So we need to be holistic in how we look at things, get good data, and then make good choices. But we've narrowed in and said this, and I'd like us to go back further out and say, hey, how about all these, listen, if it's zero emissions, but it's killing people over there for whatever else, other reason, that's not okay, right? And so I think we've become focused on something with good intentions, but it may well not, be what we want, nor is it sustainable. And this whole EV thing, I don't think anybody's against EVs. I'm not against EVs. I think they're cool as they can be, right? I just want to make sure that when we put government money into them, when we incent them with taxpayers' dollars, that we're really getting what we think we're getting. And oh, by the way, that it's sustainable. And we know that if everything went electric tomorrow, it can't happen. We don't have the capacity, we don't have the grid, we don't have this, we don't have that. And so to sort of not pay attention to that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So even in the environmental piece of this, I think we ought to, if we can, we ought to be more broad and look at the total impact, negative impact, and say things that have more negative impact are less desirable than things that have less negative impact, and use that, not just one factor. That's really hard to do, and I don't know the answer, but when you look at the very beginning to the very end of any product or service, there's a lot of steps along the way, a lot of pieces to that. This guy laid it out pretty succinctly. I think it was 2 years ago, Mr. Commissioner. It was a very interesting conversation. That's where I think we need to go in America, and not go down the rat hole or the rabbit hole of one thing, and that's the panacea. My view. Sarah's still there. Anybody else have questions for Sarah? Yes, DJ. Mr. Griffin, excuse
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Sarah, thank you for this presentation. First of all, just I'm a huge fan of having objective measures as we do government. So kudos to you and the team for having these. And of course, when you have objective measures, that opens you up to people picking apart those objective
Sure.
measures. But I was just curious as to underutilized incentives. I'm a huge fan of incentives, and maybe if you could spend a little more time talking what incentives are in play, and then which of those are currently being underutilized.
Yeah, so one of the incentives that's underutilized is that zero-emission vehicle incentive. And so very few projects are getting points for that, and so that's one that we're considering removing. And then the other one is the safety component. And so a lot of those projects are scored in a different DRPT program, and so they're not getting the incentive points. The overutilized one is the innovation, which we found interesting. A broad range of projects are getting the innovation points, and many of those are state of good repair projects. And so truly innovative projects would be funded through DRPT's demonstration grant program, and so we didn't think that this really aligned with the incentive points there.
Ms. Sellers.
How do you define transit agency?
Transit agency? So all of the agencies that, so like GRTC that operates transit service.
But their major line item is transit service.
Correct, they provide transit service.
And asking that because there are agencies that it's an additional duty, so to speak, like agency or area agencies on aging often provide transportation, and they have vehicles with, is there any thought to maybe including those? And also throw out their school divisions, coming from local government, funding the school bus programs is very hard. And if they could if they knew there was state funding out there, to help maintain some of these buses.
There isn't.
It might be. But, just kind of throwing it out there that there are other agencies that do provide transit and transportation as secondary duties, would there be an appetite to expand the definition?
Yeah, we work with human service. We have programs to work with human service agencies already that provide public transportation. That's a little challenging, I guess. Maybe Alexandria is pushing some students towards public transit buses now because they're able to, but yeah, I think we've often operated sort of like how FDA does, and they have separate, they don't allow us to.
Ms. Sellers, I don't think the program is near robust enough to think about trying to fund school buses. I would tell you that when I was a kid, we didn't have school buses that I could ride to school, to high school in Norfolk. We just used the regular transit buses. And you got tickets or whatever they gave you, and we got on the bus, and if that's the way you wanted to go, and that's how we went. But yeah, that's a whole different area of that funding comes through the education system, the education components, not through transportation per se.
Just
Ms.
throwing it out
Robinson,
there.
Director Robinson.
Thank you, Mr.
Yeah, the
Secretary.
transit agencies will be in the streets if you try to open it up to everybody. Nobody would get any, there wouldn't be any money for anybody.
I just wanted to add and make sure we're all clear that a Virginia transit agency is really defined as a public entity that's responsible for planning, operating, managing transit services in their local jurisdiction. So that's their primary responsibility. And Zach or Dan, my team can correct me if I'm wrong. I believe in Virginia, we have 42 identified transit agencies. Is that right?
Well, it's 38, and then we have WMATA and VRE are separate at this point.
Okay,
So
40.
the kind of 40 we invest in. Yes.
Thank you.
But then the human service also.
So those are the entities eligible for this program currently.
Okay.
Rural to urban to suburban to.
Anyone else? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Secretary,
Dr. Smoot.
I think this discussion is both timely and critical. The media is filled with reports of transit agencies all across the country having to reduce services. There are much fewer reports of those who are expanding services. And this is all fiscally driven. So we must assure that for the monies that we have, that we're providing the services that best meet the needs of people who need these services. So I heard what you said earlier, and I think it's very timely, and we need to work on through this. But the service that is provided to people who need these kinds of services needs to be done as efficiently and expansively as possible.
Sir, anyone else? Nate, you're in the bullpen now.
Okay, so Mr. Secretary, members of the board, so we're going to focus now on the operating side. Sarah talked about the capital side, which is the equipment and facilities, but we're going to talk about how the day-to-day operations is funded by DRPT through its merit program, so the operating half of the program. So prior to 2015, when there were major changes to the program, the funding was primarily solely based on operating expenses. So there was a shift in 2015 and a change in state law that required that performance be taken into account in determining how funds are allocated. So there was a whole stakeholder group that was formed in 2018 and worked through a series of data points and methodologies that would seek to refine the system so that they were emphasizing different objectives with the transit funding. So you see those enumerated here, the 6 policy goals that the Transit Service Delivery Advisory Committee, or TSDAC, worked to identify. So promoting fiscal responsibility, supporting robust transit service, improving transit patronage, incentivizing efficient operations, promoting mobility, and supporting social safety nets. So with those objectives in mind, then the question became, how do you create a transit operating funding formula that aligns with those objectives? And that's what we're going to walk through is the current approach to allocating money. So it starts with the process, and the process is that agencies, the enumerated transit agencies that Director Robinson mentioned, are able to apply from December 1st through February 1st each year. They submit, in addition to submitting information about their capital programs or projects that they want funded each year, they also need to submit data and data points that are used by DRPT to determine how much operating money the agency should receive. So they're looking at audited financials and agency budgets and in order to fully inform some of the details regarding each agency. There's metrics, and we'll talk about some of the data points that are submitted by agencies that are used to support their applications. And then there's a CTB approved policy which establishes a transit operating assistance formula. And we'll talk about that in some detail in a moment and the factors that takes into account in allocating the funds. And then each year, beginning on July 1st, the money is allocated for agencies' use in the new fiscal year. Now, something to keep in mind is that the function of the timing here is that we're just in July now, we're just starting fiscal year 2026. So the allocations that were made a few months ago were based on the latest information available, which was for FY24. So generally speaking, the data that your allocation is based on this year will be based on your performance data from 2 years ago.
Secretary. Mr. Stant.
Yeah, question. Performance metrics. Going back to the Secretary's point, a bus may have 500,000 miles on it, and it's performed those 500,000 miles. But if the ridership on that bus is 5%, those miles don't go anywhere. They're not accomplishing anything. So what, on the performance metric, what performance are you talking about? Miles driven or passengers?
Well, Mr. Stant, let's hold that for a minute and get a little bit deeper into this because you'll see some of that come out.
Yeah. The short answer is both of those come into play, and we'll talk about how in this explanation. So there's 3 steps to this process. And the first is a sizing metric, which is basically saying that the funds need to be allocated in a way that approximates the service that's being operated by the agencies. So there's several metrics that are used as a basis for sizing at the moment. And you can see up there, they add up to 100%. We're taking into account, first of all, what is an agency's operating cost as a percentage of, or as a proportion of the operating costs of all the transit agencies in the state. We're taking into account the agency's ridership as a percentage of the total transit ridership in the state. We're also taking into account vehicle revenue hours, that's what VRH stands for here, and vehicle revenue miles, which are 2 measures of how much service the transit agency is operating.
So Nate, if you can stop there,
Yep.
Let's circle back to Mr. Stan's question. So it doesn't matter how well you operate, if you're the best operator or the worst operator, it matters how much money you spend, and 50% of your score goes to how much money you spend, right? That's what it says. And we don't qualify that. It's just that's your operating budget. Okay? Next, your ridership. It's not efficient ridership. It's just how many riders do you have, right? Vehicle revenue hours. How many hours is that vehicle in service? It could have 55 people on it in service. It could have no people in service. Doesn't matter. It's how many hours, how many miles, right? So those are the measures that we use currently, right? So you can see the inadequacies of that. And a lot of this, again, goes to the ability to get appropriate data. But if you'll continue, Nate.
Yeah, so
And
this
listen,
is,
if I'm misstating something,
that's correct, that the first stage is based on these metrics, and then the performance stage is the second step that we'll talk about in a moment.
but this is the base, right? Okay.
So initial allocation based on size, these are the metrics and the percentages that we're taking into account presently with respect to size.
Now we'll adjust.
Now we'll adjust. So let me talk about step 2. So this uses, this is a somewhat complex formula. And what it's looking at is how an agency's trend performance compares to statewide trend performance for 5 different factors over a 3-year period. And what we're basically doing is looking at how the agency's performance trend for each of these different metrics compared to the statewide total. So
Nate, so let me interrupt you again. Apologize. So if you have a state of highly functioning agencies, then this performance will drive you to highly functioning, because you're judged against your peers. If everybody's operating crummily, then you're judged against a bunch of crummy operators, and if you're a decent crummy operator, you score fine, right? And it never gets to sort of the root, which is what should the goal be? What should the number be? And are you getting to that number? We're just, listen, if you got a bad soccer team and you're the best player, you still might be a crummy player, right? And that's how we're doing this, right? And so it never gets down to the root of what should the actual metric be that determines whether you're doing well or you're not, because we just compare you to everybody else, right? And so it's a relative thing, not an absolute thing.
yeah, another way to say it is the approach grades on a curve to some extent, based on how your performance is relative to the statewide trends. So the specific factors, and this is where performance
And
comes
this
in.
is not to suggest that we got a bunch of crummy operators. I'm not suggesting that. I'm just saying the methodology of the system, that's what it does. Good.
So to the question of at what point do we start to get at the relative performance in terms of how's your ridership performing relative to the service you're putting on the street. This is where we start to do that. So the 5 factors, which are all equally weighted here, are looking at trends like how many passengers is an agency carrying per revenue vehicle hour that they operate? How many passengers per revenue vehicle mile? Keep in mind that those trends are going to be slightly different depending on the type of service that we're talking about. So, and this runs the gamut from paratransit providers that operate in rural area, may travel over very long distances, urban buses that are in a more congested environment, carrying passengers for a longer time period, but over very short distances. And then we also have commuter buses, which operate on a faster basis. They may have more miles relative to the hours that they travel. So these factors are going to measure out differently depending on the type of service that an agency is operating, or really services, because many agencies operate more than one type.
And Nate, if I have 200 routes in the transit agency, it puts all those together into one clump. Says how many passengers did I have in that whole clump, and how many revenue hours or how many revenue miles did I have in the whole clump of the 200 routes, right? That's how it works. And so we never get to the how are the 200 routes doing individually, right? Do they make sense or not? Now, we can't, listen, at this level, we shouldn't be and can't be running transit agencies. That's not our job. But our job is to have policies and practices that get those folks that run those agencies, those boards and those employees that run them, to focus on what we believe is important in terms of getting state money. And so when you clump them all together, it's some measure, and you're measuring them against everybody else's clump, right? And you say, well, my clump's better than your clump, so I'm going to get more points. But a quarter of my clump may be really inefficient, and I ought to do something about it. But this never gets to that. And oh, by the way, I'm measuring against your clump, and if your clump's bad and mine's just a little bit better, then I'm good, and I may not be good, right? Because it's all relative. Right.
So we talked about passengers per hour and per mile. There's also measures of operating cost per hour and mile, which is getting at your operating cost efficiency per unit of service that you're providing. And then finally, combining operating cost per passenger to look at how efficiently you're operating to carry your passengers. So there's a third step in the process, which is that there's a funding cap. So by state policy, there's a cap of 30% of operating assistance on allocations to each agency. So back when this system was being set up back in 2018, the audited information that was evaluated at that time found that 30% was the max that any agency was receiving from the operating assistance funding that was in place at that time. And that was thought to be an appropriate cap based on the FY19 allocation methodology. Another way to think about that is that it also means that each agency has to have at least 70% of their operating expenses covered by local funds. So there's some incentive for the locals to fund a little more than 2/3 of the cost of transit operations at a minimum. So then what has to happen is that all of the funds have to be distributed each year. So there's an iteration to this where the funds need to be reallocated, and we go right back to step one and sort of pump the remaining money through the calculations again and reallocate until all, and sometimes you have to do a second and third iteration of that until all of the funds are reallocated. Because you'll have agencies that will get a little bit more money and they'll cap out at 30%, and then you'll have another remainder to distribute. So it's important to understand that this cap is a fundamental part of the process as well. So you can see here, here's a illustration of how this works. And we're going to look at, for a hypothetical agency, how this would play out for them. So in this case, the agency's initial allocation based on their size weight is approximately 20% of the statewide money, and they're getting $26 million, $26.1 million. Then what's happening is that we're looking on a performance trend basis, how their trend over 3 years compares to the statewide trend for each of the 5 size performance weights that are part of that second step. So in this case, this agency has weaker performance than the statewide average for each of those measures: passengers per hour, passengers per mile, and then cost per hour and per mile, and then cost per passenger. So that results in a reduction in the amount that they receive as an agency. So their funding goes down by 7%. So they get slightly less money then as a result of that. So their adjusted allocation then is $24.2 million as a result of that. But then we need to do step 3, and we need to reallocate from the agencies that capped out at 30%. And with the redistributed allocation, this agency actually ends up with just shy of $25 million, $24.9 million. They did not reach the 30% cap in this case, but they saw their funding reduced from what they would have received just based strictly on sizing, because their trend performance was not consistent with the statewide performance average. We talked about the performance trend, so how those funds get reallocated. So you can see here in a hypothetical scenario where you have 4 agencies. This first agency, in this example, it happens to be a very large agency that caps out. In this graph, the red bars indicate where the agencies would be if they were at 30%. So what needs to happen then is that $7 million for agency A that's over the threshold that they're able to receive needs to be reallocated to all the other agencies. And you can see where the amounts that are received by the other agencies go up. Some of them, agencies B and D, come pretty close to their 30% cap as a result of that. Agency C gets topped up but doesn't quite reach its 30% cap. This is just an example with 4 agencies. In reality, we're redistributing over approximately 40 agencies. So we want to talk about the challenges with the program here. So some of the Secretary's questions point to some of the issues at the moment. One is that some of the factors in terms of the sizing are allocating funds based on inputs, particularly cost, which is what you're putting into the system, as opposed to outputs. And outputs would be your ridership, which is a ultimate performance of output, as well as service levels, how much you're actually putting onto the street with the funds that you're investing here. There are formula complexities that make it difficult for grantees to understand. So this comes into play where an agency may come to DRPT and say, I'd like to know more about how I can structure my service in order to really incentivize the funding I get from DRPT through this program. And because of the vagaries of how this formula works and its multi-year trends and its data that an agency may not have the ability to rebudget and replan and change year over year to make an instant change in their funds, it is challenging to explain how the formula works and how they can model their service in ways that would optimize the funding that they would get under it. There are data inputs that change annually, and really 2 trends are changing annually, not just an agency's own metrics, but the statewide metrics are changing as well, and that has implications for how much is allocated. I would say that one of the big, challenges that the merit system faced over the last few years was with the pandemic and with the significant changes in ridership and service levels that sort of caused a roller coaster in funding over the last few years. And we're just getting to the point where things are starting to normalize with the historic data that's used in step 2 of this analysis, and some of those trends that were, causing agencies to dip and they would lose money, and then starting to recover and they would gain money because they had a strong performance trend as they gained. Things are starting to normalize a bit, and the data is a little bit more predictable than it was, say, in 2020, 21, and 22, but it still is not always consistent year to year. The last thing is that we need to accommodate all agencies here. So I mentioned all the service types that are accommodated here. VRE and WMATA are off the top. So they were at one point part of a formula like this, but no longer are. But you still need to account for commuter bus, light rail, motor bus, demand response that operates both in urban and in rural environments, and all of those are very different types of services. So the goal of the evaluation that we're undertaking here is to look at how to address a few of these challenges. So looking at outcome-focused metrics such as ridership and service as opposed to operating cost as a basis for funding allocations, looking at different approaches to emphasizing the performance-based allocation, looking at ways of simplifying the formula, especially if there's alternative approaches to that step 2 multi-year formula, and looking at how to support year-over-year predictability and allocation. And the approaches that we're looking at with doing that would be part of what we're examining and developing scenarios that test this. Are there ways of reducing or eliminating operating costs from the sizing calculation to address some of the challenges associated with that? Keep in mind, operating costs used to be the entirety of the allocation approach. Now it's 50%. Does it need to go down or be eliminated is the next question. Looking at an alternative approach to doing the performance-based allocation, looking for ways to simplify the formula, and looking for ways to improve the predictability, potentially by creating some sort of ceiling in terms of how much an agency's funding can grow, or a floor in terms of how much an agency's funding relative to statewide allocations could decline based on year-over-year changes in order to provide some predictability for agencies. And I think that's my last slide with respect to operating, and then we're going to have Zach come back and talk about the timeline here.
Any questions for Nate? Yes, Ms. Sellers?
Is there an overall cap on how much an agency can get?
It's 30%.
No, that's not the question. I mean, like over time, so I hear that, but then, so every year an agency can request 30% of their operating costs be funded through this program? Or is it capped at you can't receive any more than this amount of money in the total?
It's annual cap, 30%.
I mean, that's better return than the state provides to most other things. And do we know which agencies max out at the 30%? Are they all maxing
we do.
out?
We have about half a dozen years.
That's the redistribution piece. So, yeah, we know that.
And is there any incentive for these agencies to try and come off the program? Like, are we talking to them about, maybe we don't want to cover 30% of the operating costs every year? Maybe they should figure out how to do it more, I don't know, more affordably, or find other alternate or revenue streams.
That's not part of this presentation. What we're trying to do is take the existing laws, we're financing, we're supporting transit, and make sure that our policies get the best outcome that you're trying to get at. But this isn't about withdrawing funding. It's about allocating the funding to the best, based on performance as opposed to other things that aren't performance.
I'm just curious as to the annual budget for the merit program.
Mr. Folks, go ahead.
Pardon?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I thought you said it.
Calling on you, Mr. Folks, go ahead.
Yes, the budget, could you quantify this for us? Is it $300,000, $300 million?
It depends on the agency. Are you asking for individual agencies, 30%?
Well, I mean, just on the merit program as a whole, how much is
What's the whole
available?
allocation program, Zach?
Well, for the things that we allocate for capital and operating, it's about $200 million a year. About 120 of that generally is going to be the operating that we're just talking about. 80 million for capital. As the Secretary said, we have other money in the transit program, that's WMATA, VRE, and some other things, but these policies govern about 200 million.
Okay, let's be really clear, okay? WMATA's not in this number. WMATA's huge in terms of funds. VRE's not in this allocation process. They got a different process because they were a very different beast. I think that was a smart move, a good move. But so what's left here, what we're dealing with here is about 200 million a year.
I mean, just to Ms. Seller's question, I mean, yeah, these things that we're discussing is they've been just over the years of policy of CTV, so your feedback is certainly, you know, if you're thinking of things and questions, those are the things we need to consider at this, or asked to be considered at this point in time for potential adjustment over time.
Coleman.
Thank you. You talked about a problem, identifying a problem, and that's efficiency. I couldn't agree more with you with that. And you also stated that we aren't here to run transit companies, but through policy, we can affect behavior.
100%.
Is there anything that we should be doing or are doing to affect that behavior to get the outcome we want in terms of evaluations of efficiency?
I think that's what we're doing today, Mr. Coleman. It's exactly what we're trying to do.
Okay. Well, it seems like the policy is still the same, so how is that going to affect change?
We haven't changed our policy yet, Mr. Coleman. This is a workshop to tell you what we found.
Okay.
And to give you some suggestions of what we might do, what this board might do.
Okay.
Going forward. Let me mention one other thing because it's important. We have a colleague group that works with us called TISDAC, and it's been referenced in here before. TISDAC is a statutorily created group of folks, includes 3 people that the director appoints, and there's others that come from VACO and VML and so forth and so on. And it's 8 people. And they review this stuff and give us counsel as well as we go through this process. Dr. Smoot, I think you're part of that group. So that's an agency, not an agency, that's a group of folks that'll give feedback and give their view on this before this board will be. Yeah, that's exactly the process we're going in. And listen, all these things to date have been well-intentioned things in my view, right? We came from no performance to some performance, and we're just pushing to get more performance into our measures so that, Mr. Coleman, we can do exactly what you said and set policies that give incentives to agencies to have good performance, right, at the end of the day. And it's very important. This is a complicated beast because you've got rural and you got urban, you have rural and you have suburban. VRE's out. You got light rail in Norfolk, which is a whole different beast, right? And so how to compare those, because you've seen these comparisons have been relative, right? How to compare those is difficult. And listen, when you're in a rural transit agency, it's a very different thing, right? If your distances between people and places is bigger, right, as opposed to smaller, it's going to cost you more money, period, right? You can't change that if you're going to serve those people. So they have a different issue, right? And so what we're trying to do through this process, Mr. Coleman, which is going to take some time, and we won't get it perfect, believe me, because we don't have the data that we need, but is to try to push this ball forward more on the performance side so that we'll continue to have good, the best expenditures of this $200 million that goes to the normal transit agencies in the Commonwealth. That's what we're trying to do here. TISDAC, as again, will be a part of that in terms of making recommendations and giving us their opinion. And again, if I could wave the magic wand, and I say this without full vetting, so it's always dangerous, right? And I'm not afraid of cameras. I'd have a camera on every single transit bus for 2 reasons. One is because people behave better when they know they're being watched, and we have issues with behavior on transit. Number one. Number two, the technology is more than there to tell us how many people get on at each stop and how many people get, and what person gets off. You don't have to know their names, folks. You can say, Mr. Minshew, that you got on stop A and you got off on stop C. The technology exists to do that without identifying you as Mr. Minshew or whether you're a man or woman or anything else. That technology is way there, right? And if we had all that data down at the local level, then they could say how efficient am I being on that route? Where is that guy going? And does he go there? Like you can do the analysis then. The problem is we don't have that, right? So we're clumping them together. So we got this many revenue miles and we got this many people, but I got 200 routes and I clumped them all together. Now, am I suggesting that the transit agencies are not trying to look at that? No, I'm not suggesting that. But we just don't have good data at our level, nor do they really have that good data at their level. So you'll go plenty of places, and transit's different in different places in the Commonwealth. I've talked about urban and rural, but Northern Virginia transit is very different than Norfolk transit. It just is. And so, people think we sometimes pick on trails and those kinds of things. And listen, I don't pick on them. I just want transportation trails and not recreational trails with transportation dollars. Northern Virginia has some transportation trails, right? Most of the other parts of the Commonwealth do not have transportation trails. They have recreational trails. And they're different, and they have different goals and different objectives. And so we need to look at these things separately and differently and try to make a system that recognizes the inherent differences between these organizations that do this work. And that's the tough part as we continue to move forward, because we cut out VRE because they were different. Light rails like to be cut out because they are different as well. WMATA is its own beast, right? So they do their own thing. And there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars that go into that every year. And so, but they're different. And so we're going to have to find different solutions for each one. But I'm committed as long as I'm here, and I hope this board will remain committed to trying to take that $200 million and making it the best expenditure it can be for transit in Virginia. That's what we want to do. And ultimately, Ms. Sellers, if that means we don't need $200 million, then okay. I'm not sure that it will mean that, but okay. That'd be fine. That'd be good. Mr. Gribben, Ms. Sellers.
I just want to clarify that I am not saying take money from the program. I'm saying with the, similar to what VDOT's done with the revenue sharing and some of the other programs where they've capped it and said, this is not just that every year we're paying 30% of your operating funds. And so that would open it up to then be able to help them invest in state of good repair, those one-time funds. That's what I was trying to say, not that we should spend, lower the
Mr.
budget.
Gribben.
Mr. Chairman, first of all, thank you for this conversation and sort of commitment of improving the operations of transit in the Commonwealth. I actually want to pick up on a couple comments Ms. Sellers made earlier in terms of thinking a little bit outside of the box. I mean, one of the challenges governments have is they get very siloed in their thinking. If there are, private or public services that are moving the elderly around, or if we're moving kids to school and back in manners that transit agencies can pick up. I can actually go to a home and say, listen, instead of buying this van to run your residents around a couple times a day, we as a transit agency will do that. Home saves money, the transit agency can pick up some revenue. Are we thinking about ways to incentivize transit agencies to make sort of full commercial use of the resources they have? Or are they incentivized just to kind of focus down on their real narrow thing? Because I really appreciate the Sellers where she was going with this, which is if we're moving people around in a way that transit agency could do, can we incorporate that service into the agency?
Let me answer that this way. If we can get to the right measures, then I think that takes care of itself or tends to take care of itself. We're struggling to get to the right measures, right? And so I hope so, because listen, if I've got a fleet of vehicles, it's the VRE story, right? I've got track and I've got vehicles, and I'm set up to go commute to DC and back. That's what I'm set up to do. And I don't do nights, and I don't do weekends, and I got a track, and I've got cars, and I got infrastructure, and I have overhead, and I sit there and do nothing. And if I can run that train with a lot of people on it on nights and weekends and bring much more value than the cost that it takes, then that should show up in my performance metrics, and I should get more love, right? So that's what we hope to do here. And I know VRE's, there's been issues with Long Bridge and all sorts of things that and seminary, all the stuff that DJ knows much more about and Tiffany knows much more about than I do. But there have been issues with getting that, we're opening that up now, and I know they're looking at those opportunities. But I think if we get the right metrics, Mr. Gribbin, that will drive them to doing, how do I use my fleet more instead of sitting around all day if I got that kind of situation. But yeah, that's what we're trying to get to. But it's not easy, right? It's not easy. Ms. Dunlop.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for all the work that's been done on this. I'm wondering on the slide that you have that shows the illustration of impacts of the 30% cap on allocations, is this available for real examples? In other words, I think it would be helpful for me to, instead of just showing the potential here, if we had real examples, Albemarle County, Wythe County. So I could actually sort of understand who might be the winners and the losers in this, but I appreciate the
We can give you that, sure.
the granularity that you're going to try to come up with the right metrics is very good. Thank you.
To sort of double down on this, if you think about the things we've been dealing with in VDOT the last numbers of months, and we've looked at pavement condition, we look at bridge conditions, we set standards for how often we cut the grass, how often do we dig the ditches, how often do we do this, do that. And with our local partners, we say, how often are they on time? How often are they on budget? And if they don't hit the mark, we take some action. If they don't get to where they're supposed to be, right, there are consequences of that. But we have a real number. So we don't say, is my pavement better than the next guy's pavement? We say, does my pavement measure up to the mark? This so often says, is my pavement just better than the next guy's pavement? Am I on time and on budget, even if it's 40%? Am I ahead of the state average, so I'm better? I'm okay. No, 40% is not okay, right? It's not okay. We got to get to 80 or 85 or 90 or whatever that number is. So we're trying to drive some more of that, not relative performance, but absolute performance into this system. And we're trying to get to how do you measure absolute performance? What does that really mean? So that when we do all that, then this $200 million has a more positive impact and leads, Mr. Coleman, the transit agencies to have behaviors that's going to help them get financed better than not. And so that's what we're trying to do here. And again, we're not going to make this perfect because we don't have the inputs that we need to make it perfect, but we're going to try to make it better and continue to push to get the information that we need to make it more perfect than it will be when we finish this process. That's where we're heading. Mr. Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. There's a lot of data to digest, but my question is, we focus on ridership, and how impactful is ridership as compared to buses being on time and dependable transportation for those using those buses? I've had some personal experiences in Norfolk, for instance, that people are, help them get a job, and they got to ride the bus, and they get off at 2 or 3 stops before they get to their destination, and the second stop, the bus is late or doesn't come, so the person's late to work, and the boss is not going to tolerate that so long. So is that something we should be measuring, or maybe you did and I didn't see it in terms of ridership?
On-time performance, Dan, is not something we measure right now.
It shows up in ridership.
Exactly, yeah.
But it doesn't show up one-to-one in ridership. Because if you don't have any other choice, you still beat your head against that wall. So it's a good question.
Whether that is, as we said, this presentation, kudos to all of you for, when I was the head of a transit agency when this program was developed, I was And so I've seen this, and it's a lot to digest, as you just said. But, you know, if it showed you some of the levers that you all are able to pull and that are available right now, you know, that's something that, you know, we can work forward. I don't know if you want us to go into this.
Let's finish the timeline and next steps up, and then we'll take more questions.
So yes, if we are looking at some policy changes potentially by the end of this calendar year, then this just shows some of the other meetings we would, deadlines we'd have to meet. So just to make some policy changes, there is a 45-day public comment period needed. So we've got that date set out if we were looking at the December meeting. And again, before that time, we've just got some other meetings, potentially with you all to share information, then with the TISDAC, with the Transit Service Delivery Advisory Committee as well. So as we talked about a couple of those.
Other questions? Folks, I'll tell you, you know, I've never worked in government before the last 3.5 years, and I think Virginia government's pretty good. But all the agency heads know that we're doing better than we were, and we're doing it more efficiently, and we're doing it better. I mean, we're getting ready to move into some regulation discussion. The governor announced a day or so ago that we've gotten to our 25% cut in regulation. VDOT has been at the lead with that. And it's nothing that we're cutting that's hurting us. It's all helping us. It's just getting rid of stuff we don't need that just burdens the system. And so, you know, whether it's that or making this more efficient or whatever it is, I can tell you there's lots of room. There's lots of room for improvement. I mean, we've had record investments across the board in Virginia in our delivery of benefits to our folks, and at the same time, we've had record taxes being given back to Virginians. It can be done, folks. It can be done, and the commissioners has done all sorts of things at VDOT to make it run better and make it more efficient. And we'll continue to do that. You know, there's just lots of room there, and this is a piece of it. It's, you know, I should say it's only $200 million, right? We do about $11 billion a year, but it's a really important $200 million, and the people that rely on it, they rely on it, folks, and we need to make it as good as we can make it for them and make that dollar go as far and as spent as well as we can make it to benefit those people that use transit. That's the bottom line. Yes, Ms. Green.
Could you go back to the slide prior? And maybe this should be obvious to me, but it's got the December 9th, 2025 adoption. Why is the implementation 2028?
We, when we make changes of this magnitude, as we were explaining, our grant period starts December 1st and goes through February 1st. And so we're turning around. We're already going to be working starting in the next 2 months on fiscal year 27. So agencies really have to be able to know what they need to submit to us. And so we wouldn't even have these adopted yet for them when they're already putting together their applications and such. So it's just such a long lead time for these things. Fiscal year 28 would be really the soonest to be fair to them, I think, for those things, if that makes sense.
Mr. Secretary. So we've spent a long time thinking about how this could be implemented the most efficiently and the most quickly. And in our conversations with the TISDAC as well, they have voiced concerns. Talking about this program as being complex is probably one of the biggest understatements of this meeting. Our agencies have a hard time understanding it. The TISDAC members have voiced, their desire for there to be some simplification as well. And our staff is looking to do that so that we can better explain it, so there can be more predictability. Any changes we might make, if they were not adopted until the end of this year, as Zach mentioned, we would have to change all of our agreements and our workshops and our webinars that we put on. So there's a potential we could get into a place where we might be able to provide transition funding in 2027 to potentially somewhat implement. but we would probably recommend full implementation in 2028. And remember, that's fiscal year, so it's earlier than it seems. And since I have the microphone, I just want to give a shout out to my team and our consultants. They have spent months, we have been meeting weekly on this. It took about 5 presentations for me to fully understand the current methodology, and I'm still learning. So I appreciate all of you for kind of listening and diving in this one comprehensive meeting. We are going to continue to work on this no matter what, and no matter where we end up. There are internal policies that our team will be making changes to improve the program. We hope with your feedback in the next couple months, we can get to a place where we have some formal recommendations to bring back to you and to the TISDAC to go out to public comment that we can really make some improvements by the end of the year. Yeah.
Secretary, I just have one.
Ms. Sellers.
And you don't have to answer this now, but I'd be curious to know if there are ideas out there, or things that you would like to fund through this type of program that currently we aren't able to because of the metrics or the parameters that have been established. And so those off-the-wall ideas of how we do things differently.
Allowed, or whether it's eligible or things like that, yeah, just something to look at, sure.
All right, anyone else? I'd like to echo Director Robinson's thanks for the swift and tough response on this. We'll continue to push forward, and as I say, folks, we're not going to make this thing where it needs to be yet, because we just don't have the mechanisms out there yet to really know what we need to know. But I think we'll get some improvement, and this board can continue to drive improvement going forward by continuing to push on this and trying to get that sort of data that we need. And at the end of the day, everybody will be well served. Listen, change is hard. People are afraid of it. Transit agencies, to an earlier point, are not in a great situation in America. They're all struggling. So whenever you make change, it makes people particularly nervous. And we don't want to hurt anybody. We just want to make the whole thing better, because that's what the citizens are paying for this. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. And we will move to our next agenda item. Maybe we will take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back. Back in session. Item number 5, adoption of the Virginia Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices. Mark Cole and Joanne Maxwell, sir.
Yes, Mr. Secretary, members of the board, very glad to be with you today. I'm Mark Cole. I work in VDOT's Traffic Operations Division at Central Office, and I'm excited to be here and talk about the adoption of the Virginia Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices. I'm going to spend a little time talking about what this manual is and why we need to adopt an updated manual. And then my friend Joanne Maxwell is going to come and talk about the town hall and regulatory process to get the manual from today and the September meeting into adoption after the first of the year. This is the first time in, I believe, about 13 years that we've been to talk to the board about the Manual for Uniform Traffic Control Devices, which is affectionately known as the MUTCD to traffic engineers and others who work in the industry. And what this is a federal document that governs and ensures consistency of our pavement markings, our signs, our signals, and other elements that make up how we operate the traffic, the roadway system. It also applies to all public roads. So the MUTCD doesn't just apply to state governments, but it applies to local governments as well, and any public road. And states are required to take one of 3 actions by January 18th, 2026 in order to adopt the new manual. So the current federal edition of the MUTCD came out in December of 2023, and we've spent a couple of years almost really working with all our stakeholders who rely on the manual in their day-to-day business. And getting feedback and making sure that as we move to adoption, that we have a Virginia manual that works for our state. So as I mentioned, there are 3 options for adopting the new MUTCD. The first one is to adopt the federal document as it is, but all states have things that are specific to their state, state laws or state preferences that are allowed in the MUTCD. And so almost all states choose one of the last 2 options. The second option is what we have done in the past, which is to adopt the federal MUTCD with a separate state supplement. So back in 2009, the CTB adopted the federal MUTCD, and then on December 7th, 2011, the CTB adopted the Virginia Supplement and the Virginia Work Area Protection Manual. The third option that we have is to adopt a state-specific MUTCD. And what that involves is we have the federal manual template, and we're able to note what our differences with that template are into our own state MUTCD. And so that's what we've decided to do this time around because it cuts down on the number of manuals that have to be referenced and documented and makes it easier for the practitioner to have one document that they can go to know all the rules and guidelines for traffic control devices in Virginia. So you can see currently we have 3 manuals that were adopted in 2011 and 2009, and we're proposing that we move to one combined Virginia MUTCD document moving forward. So why, just to talk a little bit more about why we need a state-specific MUTCD, there are things that we do in Virginia that are a little bit different than what you see in other states, based on how the law is written or other preferences that are allowed in the federal manual. So they do allow us some flexibility and some choices One example on the upper right of this slide is the pedestrian crossing sign. So a while back, Virginia was a yield to pedestrians state, but a couple of years ago we had a law change, so now we are a stop for pedestrian state. So that is one of the things that is an option in the federal manual, and by having a Virginia-specific manual, we can just go ahead and show which of those options we're choosing in Virginia. Also, the Code of Virginia has some things that it's very specific about that's a little bit different. And so we want to incorporate those while maintaining the vast majority of the federal requirement in there, which ensures that there's consistency whether a motorist travels in our state or in states across the country. I did note or include the Welcome to Virginia sign there because that's another example of a Virginia-specific sign that will not show up in the federal manual but will show up in the Virginia MUTCD. So as we've worked over the last year and a half to review the federal MUTCD and prepare a Virginia document, we've had extensive engagement with our stakeholders who rely on this manual in their daily work. That's included VDOT staff, Federal Highway's been involved, our locality partners, our contractors and consultants, emergency responders and advocacy groups. We've had a series of webinars for both the MUTCD as a whole and Chapter 6, which is our work area protection part of the manual. And we've had great participation and a lot of comments that we've received that we've incorporated into the Virginia draft document. So as you can see there, we had over 210 comments or participants for the Virginia MUTCD webinars and over 250 for the work area protection part of the manual. And we've received many, many comments, over 1,500 on the work area protection manual chapter of the manual. And to talk a little bit about how the MUTCD is laid out, it has 9 parts. So some of the most frequently used parts are Part 2, 3, and 4, which cover signs, markings, and signals. But the new manual does have a short 5-page section on automated vehicles. It has sections that cover schools, railroad crossings, and bicycles. And Part 6 there in the middle is temporary traffic control, which is where we find our guidelines for keeping our workers safe on the roads, our work area protection manual. And so going forward, Part 6 is part of the Virginia MUTCD, but we will continue to publish or print Part 6 separately as the Work Area Protection Manual because that's such a frequently used document by our contractors and teams in the field that are setting up lane closures and signage for our work zones every day. Wanted to cover just a few of the changes and modifications that can be found in the new manual. And in your packets, Attachment D actually contains a pretty detailed bulleted list of changes that are proposed in the new draft Virginia MUTCD. But I did want to highlight just a few while we're here today. First, in regards to changes to the signs, markings, and signals part of the document, a couple things to take note of. There aren't real huge changes in these areas, but there are some changes to pavement marking symbols, such as on the right, upper right of the slide, you can see there the old bike lane symbol with the person riding the bicycle has been changed to the symbol that is just a bicycle. So that is one change. Also, we have some sign design modifications, such as on the right, you can see the green signs there for ground-mounted exit signs. The placement of the arrow, you'll notice, has changed from the right side of the sign, which is how we do it today, to the arrow being underneath the text of the exit name in the future. So that's not a really huge change for us, but it does impact how we manufacture those signs going and create those signs going forward. There are also a few new options from the current practice in regards to colored pavement markings. So there are a couple of new colors. Green pavement markings, which are associated with bicycles, are now an option in the new MUTCD. And there's also some expanded bike lane guidance and layout that when the federal MUTCD was published 15 years ago, we didn't have nearly as much infrastructure and examples of bicycle infrastructure in place. So the new manual accounts for a lot of that and kind of catches us up today to some of our standard practices that we've adopted over time.
Mr. Cole, can I stop for a second? We're going to push along in this presentation because we're battling a time thing. But so think about what we're talking about here. So we're changing some signage and this and that. And I think what Mr. Cole just mentioned about the bike lane guidance and green roads to show bike lanes. I can't quit harping on this. So like, we're going to tell the localities what they need to do and how they need to show this stuff. When are we going to tell the drivers what they mean?
Yeah, Mr. Secretary, that's a great point, and I think that's something that we do try to do.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to fix that problem, but just think of that, folks.
Yeah.
I got my driver's license 53 years ago, right? And I've not received one thing from the state that I can recall that's told me what the changes in the driver's laws have been in 53 years. I mean, you may see an advertisement, you may see some stuff that we flash up like, move over, it's the law, and da-da-da-da-da, but, we don't teach any people. We tell the cities how to mark them. Well, that's great, but how about the people that got to use them? Anyway, that's not part of your presentation, sir, but we need to move through it. And, I just have to say, you see the two green signs? Does anybody really care? Does anybody really care, Mark? What's the difference? The arrow's underneath. All right, we're moving on.
So just a few changes to the Part 6 of the manual that govern our work area protection. Parts of the document are our temporary traffic control. There have been quite a few new technologies since the last federal update to the manual. A couple of examples are digital speed limit signs or your speed is this signs. So that's been included in the new document. There is also information about work zone speed, safety camera requirements. As you know, as of code change a couple of years ago, we now have speed safety cameras in certain locations in the state. And there are also some new requirements for making sure we're helping pedestrians get through our work zones, and in particular, pedestrians with disabilities. We also, in the new draft manual, include an option for using an automated flagger assistance device instead of stop slow paddles that are operated by the flagger. And that will hopefully reduce some of the exposure of some of our most vulnerable road workers who are there for long hours working the stop slow paddle on projects where that makes sense.
Mr. Cole, I know I'm trying to move you along here, but let me just say this. I saw a picture the other day of the beginnings of Interstate 64, and I was thinking it was in the 60s, but this might have even been in the 50s, the late 50s when it first started. And the section close to Richmond was opening up. And guess what technology they were using back then, 60-some years ago, to flag? That right there. They had an automated flagger in 1960 or whatever it was, and that was the day. Now we're going back to it. I just had to say that. All right, Mr. Cole, next page. Let's go.
I wanted to talk about what will happen once we adopt the MUTCD. So we have that January deadline I mentioned earlier in the presentation. And after we have adoption of the draft manual that we're talking about today, all newly installed devices across the state have to conform to the new manual. So any new projects that are let, any maintenance work that's done, any local projects on public roads all have to follow the new requirements. But most existing devices can remain until the end of their useful life. So if we're not improving an area or replacing a sign or doing a project to make improvements, the existing pavement markings and signs can remain in place until the end of their useful life. So we have been working to prepare for the future outreach of the new manual. That will include our website, which has a lot of information there already, new publications. We have extensive training programs and certification updates that we have to do, and also Virginia Town Hall public comment period. And at this point, I wanted to invite my friend Ms. Maxwell to the podium to talk about the town hall and the regulatory process.
And I'm going to invite Ms. Maxwell to summarize these pages and not read all the Administrative Process Act requirements.
I will do that. I will just note that the point of this first slide is simply to note the statutory authorities and the fact that we have to have the MUTCD adopted as a regulation in order for it to have the force and effect of law. The other thing that's of note with regard to this particular regulatory action, we're not only going to be asking the CTB to adopt the new MUTCD and approve the regulatory action, but we're also asking that you approve the periodic regulatory review that's required for regulations every so often. We've already taken steps to post that, and we've received no comments on that action. Very quickly, briefly, just a note, you're not going to see the typical regulatory process or have to deal with a normal regulatory process because these regulations deal with signs. They are exempt from the APA, so basically what we will be doing in September is bringing to you the final regulation, which is also in your packet today, and you will be adopting that. You won't need to worry about a notice of intended regulatory action. You won't need to worry about proposed regulatory action. So what you see in September will be the final regulation, and that's because this regulation is of a nature that it's exempt. It will still have to undergo executive branch review, and then once that's been approved, it will be filed on registry of regulations for 30 days, and then it will become final. So bottom line, in September, we're going to ask you three things of the board: to approve the periodic review, which is a recommendation to amend. Then we're going to ask that you approve the MUTCD, the document itself, and finally to adopt regulatory amendments that are necessary to bring this particular regulation or this particular document into the regs. And that is basically a summary of what we're going to be asking you in September.
Got a timeline slide next. Next slide, yeah.
So
That's
the
what
thought.
you've already laid this out.
Pardon? So bottom line, this is sort of just an estimated timeline. If we go in September with the approval, we'll post the documents on Town Hall within a week of the CTB's approval. Then we usually have to wait 2 weeks before the OAG and the governor's office has to approve the reg. And then once we're ready to go, once we've got those approvals, we have to give the registry 2-week notice. And then after that, it will be posted, the regulation will be posted. And then finally, there'll be a 30-day adoption or comment period. And then once that comment period's over, the regulation will become final. Bottom line, we need to do this before January 18th, which is the deadline imposed by the feds.
Any questions? Ms. Sellers?
One of the slides said on newly installed devices.
Yes.
Has any consideration been given to grandfathering projects that have plans already in with VDOT?
That's a great question. We've been working with our construction division and other folks that help us get the projects advertised and out to bid. Anything that is submitted beginning in October, we're already planning to include the provisions of the new MUTCD in there proactively, assuming that the approval goes smoothly. So by doing that, when January rolls around and those projects are ready to get started, they're already implementing the new devices.
Mark, the question is, we've got a program that's on the books, it's engineered, it's designed. It's got, based on June of 25. And these changes aren't made, they haven't started construction. They start in January 19th. Do they have to go back?
No, so it's all based on the schedule for advertisement. There's a little bit of rework of the plans for projects that go to advertisement in October, but we've already coordinated that with the district, so we expect that to go smoothly.
So I'm not hearing your answer. Are you saying the definitive date is when the project is advertised?
So January, after January is
No,
when.
I'm talking about now. I just gave you a scenario. June, the program was engineered and designed. It's not been, well, it's obviously, that's happened, but it hadn't started yet. All right, and we're going to start on January 19th. And the answer to that situation is what?
We have asked projects that haven't made it to advertisement yet to prepare for this.
It's been engineered, it's been designed, it's been advertising. Somebody help me with this, please. All I want to know is if a lot of work has been done in good faith, and it's June or July 15th today, we don't have these new regulations, we've done all that work, but we haven't started the work yet. We don't start till January 19th. I got new procedures in place on January 19th. Do I have to go back and rework what was designed and engineered in terms of the plans and everything we've done to incorporate the new regulation?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Secretary, it's more not just the VDOT projects, but we have builders who are out there currently working on projects with approved VDOT plans.
Same for them.
Same answer. Same answer.
Okay.
Same answer. Yes,
Okay,
Okay.
well, let's move on. Mr. Minshew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Cole, whenever the federal government wants to incentivize states to do something, they sometimes employ an interesting carrot or stick approach. I'm just curious, if a state does not adopt this by January 18, 2026, is there a penalty, like a withholding of FHA money or anything like that?
Federal Highway would be able to do that. I can't imagine that happening. We've already coordinated with Federal Highway also, and they've given us a letter saying that they support our draft.
We'll be fine. We'll get them done by then. I'm not worried. Mr. Gribben.
Just a quick question on, is there a reason why we're so prescriptive in this design? I mean, in other words, if the town of Leesburg wants to use the old bike path with a person and not just the bike, as I understand it, almost by state law, they can't do that.
They can't do new ones. The old ones could stay.
Right, but
Which is part of the problem.
But if they wanted to use the same design, I mean, I'm just getting to I think we're talking a little bit about cutting back on regulations. I'm just curious as why, as a state, we're stepping in and telling communities that you have to have this kind of bike path sign, you can't use a different bike path.
So that the people who use those roads have a uniform thing that they can understand, that's why.
Well, but they won't be uniform because you'll still have the old ones there. I guess my question is...
Everybody do their own is not the same as having a set that is expired and a new set that goes on. Everybody deciding what they want to do on their own is not going to work, right?
Well, I mean, I'm not sure different communities having different bike signs is somehow going to create chaos in the Commonwealth. But I mean, I guess my just point
You
is.
paint your lanes purple, and somebody else can paint them pink, and somebody else can paint them green. And what does all that mean? Listen, I mean, to me, this is common sense. We need to have uniform signs in Virginia so that people understand what they mean, right? And that, to me, that's common sense. And if everybody does their own signage, and we don't know what they mean, and they're different, then, you know, what do you do with that? Let's make a stop sign that's a different shape and a different color. No. So for me, you know, this is straightforward. All we're trying to do here is, one, combine these into one manual so that we don't have multiple sets of regulations. And two, we're trying to improve it, although some of those may not be improving it, to your point, perhaps.
And I get, you know, this will be my last comment, as I know we're running late, but I would 100% align with you on stop signs. I guess my point is there a point along the path from stop signs to indicating a bike path where maybe we can allow communities a little bit more flexibility on the aesthetics of that? That's all my point. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Anybody else? Thank you, Mr. Cole.
Thank you.
Mr. Coleman.
Thank you. I'd just like to take 10 seconds to recognize a former colleague.
I'm going to do that, Mr. Coleman. You're stay,
Okay.
Mr. Coleman.
Okay. All right. Well, I
Mr.
didn't know
Coleman,
how long. I didn't
you're
know
out
how
of
long
order,
he's going to
Mr.
be
Coleman.
here.
Mr. Coleman, you're out of order.
Well, you recognized me, so I was going to say.
Yeah, I just called you out of order, too. There are two people we need to recognize, Mr. Coleman. The first person is the vice chairman of a board that your son serves on from the Virginia Port Authority, Ms. Faith Powers, here today. Thank you for your service, Madam Vice Chairman, to the Port of Virginia. And as has been indicated earlier in our presentations today, the inland port is located in this region. Very important part. Mr. Coleman, who's in that business, understands the impact that the Port of Virginia, or excuse me, the inland port has on Virginia and the Port of Virginia. And then, Mr. Coleman, I'll allow you to piggyback on recognizing your former seatmate and colleague, Mr. Merrill, who's hiding in the back there. I'm so pleased that you got to be here. I knew you were at dinner last night, and we talked about how disappointed we were that we weren't able to be there because we were coming in from another meeting. So if you'll stand up, Mr. Merrill, we can applaud you and tell you how much we miss you. Mr. Coleman, thank you. All right, the next item on our agenda is item number 6, the final regulatory amendments in response to public comments on the land use permit regulations. Mr. Hofrichter, let's do this in a efficient fashion.
Yes, sir. All right, what I'm bringing back to you is the land use permit regulations. We've got the light at the end of the tunnel for finishing this. CTV approved us moving forward back in January of 2024. At that time, we said we would bring back the final if there were any comments, if there were any changes. There have been comments and there have been changes. The regulations set the rules that other entities must follow when they conduct activities other than travel on state highways. Usually they're related to things dealing with safety, so we don't want people to set up things in the middle of a road, things like that. The general amendments are intended to clarify and streamline the regulation and remove documents incorporated by reference, and instead reference the relevant documents in actual permits so there can be a discussion between the engineers that are doing the designs in terms of what's best for that situation. All right, we received exactly one set of comments. That was from the Virginia Cable Telecommunications Association, VCTA. Their comments, they had several. So the first one is that they wanted broadband recognized as a utility explicitly, and they requested to add that to the definition of utility, and we recommend acceptance of that change. With regards to relocation costs, they wanted to change or rather add a description and a definition of prior rights. This is a really big issue. It affects things other than just permits, so we recommend rejecting that change. They also want VDOT to bear the relocation costs when fiber installed with a federal state grant or other financial incentive. Again, we recommend rejecting that change. Regarding the shared resource agreements, those are agreements that we have when someone wants to put something in limited access right away. They want to be exempt from that process. We would recommend rejecting that change. We want to keep those right-of-ways as clear as we can. For permit conditions, they requested that a single permit cover work of a continuous nature regardless of its length. We made changes in the regulations prior that were trying to get to that, but based on their comment, we were recommending some clarifications so that it's clear that that is what we're intending to do. Next thing is they wanted to change the language in terms of when you complete a project that has to be, right now the exact language is it has to be exactly like the plans. They wanted to say approximately. There are several issues with that, and we recommend rejecting that change. We do have a process for changing the plans during the process, so they should be able to be accommodated. They want allowance for underground telecommunications cable service connections to be placed with just a minimum of 18 inches of cover instead of 30. We already have that change in the regulations, that's already in there, but there's another spot that references depths, so we're going to add it to that as well, so it's clear. As far as liability, they want some changes in the language that we have in there on that, and they want to change it to by permittee or for which permittee is responsible. We already have language that says that it has to be related to activities with the permit, so we recommend not making that change. They have a request to remove a list of injunctive remedies for violations. We're okay accepting that because we already said we can have an injunction, take some action. We don't necessarily have to list out what those actions are. They also want to have a change where if our inspector does not catch a problem, they don't want to be held liable for it. Well, I'm sorry, we only have so many inspectors. We issue almost 20,000 permits a year. There is no way we can have somebody out there 24/7 watching their project. So we respectfully request to reject that change. So the next steps, if the board approves, then we file in town hall, we go through the regulatory review at the executive review level, then public comments get posted, then it gets posted for public comments one more time in the Virginia Register, and then goes and gets finalized.
Questions? Anybody have any questions? All right, thank you, Mr. Alford.
Thank you.
I'm going to switch up our agenda, and I'm going to bring agenda item 8 up first. Smart Scale Round 6, Ms. Brooke Jackson. Mr. Lawson.
Mr. Secretary, just before we get started into this, I was just kind of checking on our timing and how quickly we need to try to motor through this.
Let's motor through it.
All right.
We'll do it as expeditiously as we can.
All right, Brooke.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. Thank you for having me here today. I'm excited to be here. You're probably wondering what's going on since we finalized round 6 last month. But I'm here to bring you a post-round evaluation of how round 6 went. And I'm also going to go through some of the policy updates that we made ahead of round 6 in the 2023 review and show how those were impacted in the round 6 evaluation. And then go through some surveys that we got back from our applicant community and give some results there. And then looking forward to round 7, how can applicants do better, focusing on performance-based planning. So we've got some good stuff. You'll have to grin and bear for the folks that have been here closer to the secretary. You've heard this no less than 20 times in your tenure here at the board, but we do have some new ears and new members at the board, so I'm going to go through some history and purpose. So Smart Scale was created to improve transparency and accountability in the project selection and stabilize the 6-year improvement program. It requires a data-driven, outcome-based prioritization process, and I'll remind everyone that Smart Scale is a tool we come out with the prioritized projects in January of odd years, and then you work together with the applicants and amongst yourselves as board members to come up with projects that actually get adopted using the data that we've given and the prioritized list to
Look,
determine.
I think we're good. We're pretty familiar with the history and purpose, smart scale.
We'll keep going. And then there's 6 just important things about the smart scale process if you've never been familiar with it before. Benefit cost, 6 factor areas, multimodal evaluation. So if you have a highway project, there's a high chance that there's another component on that highway project like bike or ped or transit, and we evaluate those on the same level. You must meet a VTrans need to be eligible for smart scale. That is the door to get into the smart scale process. And then on top of that, projects must be fully funded when added to the SIP. So that is a critical piece. Applicants do not need to bring leveraging dollars to the table to be eligible. They can bring $0, or they can bring as much as they want, up to 80 or 90% of the project, and then we give them that credit in the benefit cost scenario. That money is subtracted from the cost. Lastly, there is the funding component piece. Smart scale is a process, but that is not how we fund projects. We fund projects through the district grant program and the high priority projects program. And that is part of the bigger, greater construction program as a whole. And so just to remind you that like smart scale complements a lot of these programs. We do have other specific programs that are used to fund construction projects in Virginia. All right, so that's your overview. We've seen this slide a bunch of times. Did want to remind you, we funded 53 projects this round to the tune of $1 billion, and those projects had a value total cost of $1.2 billion. All right. So ahead of the 2024 opening of round 6, there was a series of administrative and policy changes. I am not going to go through this list. They each have individual slides that we'll talk through. But number 3, changing the land use factor to a multiplier. That results in modified factor weightings, and those are here for you so that you can take a look what happened. We used land use as a multiplier. It is now a bonus, and that factor value percentage had to be allocated to the other factor areas. So safety, congestion, accessibility, you can see the difference between column 5 and 6, round 5 and round 6, anywhere from 20 to 10% got allocated to those 3 areas, safety, congestion, accessibility. All right, so gonna go through quickly each change. The first is starting with administrative changes. The first thing that we did was improve application quality and reduce staff resources by eliminating projects early that don't meet the program's requirements. And we call this affectionately readiness gates. We instituted this at pre-app open in March, and we call that period from March to June our pre-app period. And what this does is it puts an actual stop in the portal, and it makes the responsible staff member, whether it be at DRPT or VDOT, that is responsible for signing documents. So traffic engineers have to sign traffic signal warrants. So those responsible entities guarantee that those documents that were provided by the applicant were the correct documents, they were the ready documents, they were documents that they signed and they approved, or that they were involved in the process. And basically, at the pre-app time, we're asking those responsible signers to say, hey, I'm involved in this and it will be ready by August 1st. So that's a huge change to say, we know and we've been working with the applicant and that we believe it'll be ready. And this is a lot of the communication we did last round ahead of it, and we think that the number of application and reduction that we got is attributed to those early communications and the end of our policy where we communicate that we would be doing this. So one of the big outcomes compared to round 5 is we had 490 applications pre-apps in round 5, and we had 325 in round 6, which is a 34% reduction, and it appears to be related to everything I just said with the communications. Additionally, another benefit was 44% of applications were actually resubmittals, and they have already gone through the process. So that also is related to work that has already been done, and we know that there is trust in the system if you've already reviewed an application before in the past. So one of the other big benefits that I noticed is that when I came to you in October, that was the earliest we've ever come to you to talk about official full application screen outs. We typically come in December. So we were able to come earlier, and we only brought 5 applications to y'all for full screen out as compared to 19 in round 5. And we've had as high as 34, 35 in previous rounds. So we're really seeing that work it into place and working. Onto policy, that was our one administration change. We refined the high priority projects program eligibility, so that defined that we need to make sure projects are of statewide and regional significance. And what that meant was we were refining the definition to work with capacity projects and operations projects. We eliminated, and the board eliminated, old step 2. And step 2 was HPP money, which is our statewide money. It was being sorted at a district level before, and that money could have been allocated to projects that were low funded because they are low scoring because it was sorted amongst the district level. So those 2 changes were implemented, and here's what we saw. We saw that HPP dollars were previously funding small and a couple large type pedestrian projects, and they're no longer eligible through the HPP process. There would have been over 90 applications that were eligible this round if that rule was not in place that were bike and ped projects. So what we're not saying here is bike and ped projects are bad. We're saying that they are not of statewide significance. They are a district grant program project to be applied for. The average amount per project funded by HPP nearly doubled to $27.2 million from $15.6 million. And another big thing that we found is HPP is no longer funding low scoring, which would be below average benefit, or low cost, below $10 million. And so the one on the right is the round 5 summary table. You can see the majority of projects were in that low cost, low score area on that right column. And now we have 0 in that low cost category that are being funded by HPP, which was something that the board really noted, that they wanted to focus on larger cost, higher scoring projects, and we're seeing that in the data. Then we changed the land use factor to a multiplier. I briefly talked about that on the previous slide. This had a great impact. Funded projects in round 5, 40% of the benefit impact, 49% of the benefit impact was attributed to land use before, and now only 21% is. And that is actually still just a reflection of influence on benefits on existing projects. So if they have safety, congestion, accessibility, they have to have benefits in other areas to even receive that boost. And so land use is now in line with other factors. And I'll show that. So this is breaking down, for reference for you, there is the changes that were made again. It's a little bit bigger so you can see it easier. But the bar chart on the bottom is round 6 and round 5, and it's the percent of impact on benefit of funded projects. Where I highlighted in red text is the land use from round 5, that 49% I just mentioned, and now the influence is only 21%. And you can see here that change did help every single other category grow. And areas that didn't even have weighting changes made, economic development doubled, and we did not change economic development at all. You can see that column right there had no changes in the weighting. So it was a lot of impact there, and that also has to do with the fact that we actually changed the scoring in economic development, and I will talk through that in the next slide. This is...
Brooke, you're on slide 13 of 30 slides that you've given us.
You want me to go as fast as I can?
I want you to summarize these and not read them, and give us the high points of them.
Sounds good. So congestion is looking 7 years in the future as opposed to current day, which we were doing before. From that, this is the one that I'm getting feedback that the applicants are the happiest with. This considers a lot of the economic development and the background growth, and it also gives credit for the design that we make people design for. So that was the big impact here. The congestion scores are increasing on average. We're seeing that in the benefit area. The other thing to consider, and I thought I should bring to the group, is a data observation in round 6. So the biggest congestion scores that we saw in round 6 are actually happening in area type B. And that's important because policy is saying that type A congestion is the most important with 45%. And those are actually occurring in type B. So it is important to note, and I think it will help in the presentation where I say looking forward and where to focus. But two things could go that way is maybe policy needs to change in type A because the biggest scores aren't happening there. But that type B area is pulling its weight the most in congestion scores. Next is utilizing the forward-looking economic development. We brought VEDP in, they came through a new process. Instead of looking at local plans that applicants put in, VEDP's model is run on VEDP's vetted sites, and that's looking at more of the potential for economic development growth instead of what plan sets are already out on the ground right now today. So economic development did grow. It doubled from 4% to 8% without increasing the area type weighting. Lastly, on the policy changes was tying consensus funding decisions to delivery performance. We did use this to inform board members on applicant performance, which helped guide the consensus scenarios, and you saw that outcome last round, at the end of the round. All right, so here are the key takeaways. I'm gonna pass through this, you can come back and read it. Gonna go through the survey. So we received comments via post-round survey, letters, news articles. I also get phone calls. I'm also asked to come to meetings and meet with people. These are the most common comments that I heard across the board. HPP rules were narrowing the scope of the projects that MPOs and PDCs can submit. Yes, that was a goal of the board, but I am receiving feedback from applicants about that. The HPP funding allocations. So what does that mean? Is that a lot of applicants, Lynchburg, Nova, Salem, and Bristol, those did not receive HPP dollars, and so I hear about that a lot. And then as the applicant, how can we perform better? And what can we do to perform better? That's one of my consistent questions. So we sent out a survey right after round 6, and we kept it open for a month. We gave a couple reminders. While we only had 53 participants, we did have a good range of areas and geography of where we got this data from, and we had a good range of entities that participated. So what you're about to see, it does come from all across the state, and it does include a lot of applicants. General feedback of the screening, it was well received. Most people liked readiness gates. I also received feedback from VDOT staff that readiness gates were well received amongst the group. General feedback that we need to do some more training videos for applicants, so that's something we'll work on as we move forward. And then we did hear, and I think this is important for the presentation, is keeping up with changes in the application process through round over round is the hardest for applicants. So stability in policy is something that folks are looking for so that they can really just ride with the policy that they know. And so keep that in mind as we move forward as well. From the HPP redefinition, I did mention that severely restricting on what they can submit, and then the elimination of step 2, hurting rural districts that have to compete on a statewide basis that have lower smart scale scores. So that was expected and was a common comment in the rural areas. This table here summarizes some of those policy factors that I just mentioned. The majority of applicants that responded are either satisfied or have neutral feelings about how the policy went and was implemented. I have also been getting comments about economic development. I think folks are having a hard time learning about economic development, so we're gonna spend some time doing some training resources to get folks up to speed on the new economic development process. All right, so we did just kind of leave an open-ended methodology. What were your organization's biggest challenges?
Could you go back a page, please?
Yes, of course.
I think what I take away from this is if you look at the satisfieds versus the dissatisfieds, right? We got 19, 24, 19, and 26, 50, 33, 31, 38. Got more people that are happy with what we've done or satisfied with what we've done than dissatisfied with what we've done. So I think we're moving in the right directions, I guess what I'm telling you. The people that this is impacting have come back to give us their view. And the majority, the vast majority are either okay, neutral, or satisfied, which I think is the takeaway. Okay. I'm sure we're here for everybody now that doesn't like a piece of it, and I'll make sure that we know, but that's the overall. Next slide.
Is this the 53 people?
Well, it's not just, these are organizations in many cases. There's not like a public, it's not like just Joe Schmo. It might be PDC or NPO or, there's sort of, yes. It is.
You have a sense that this is 53 out of how many?
Well, in theory, everybody. The question is, who do we hear from, Brooke?
Yeah.
Right.
This is representing 53.
So this is our entire sample of everybody touched by this is 53 people.
But most of this comes from sort of the insiders, right, that are.
When I reviewed the survey data, it's some of the most active participants. The people that actively participate in this stuff are consistently the people that they're the loudest. They're the same people that, are putting out news articles or making letters. So this is a good reflection when I looked at actually who is responding. It's some of the most active applicants that came in and responded, so. All right, so the areas that applicants are saying that they have the most challenges, I was happy to see support from state was very low, so they are getting the support they need. It's mostly availability of staff resources, financial resources, leveraging dollars, lack of ready projects in the pipeline. I'm actually surprised that that was a little bit higher. But out of all of this, again, some of the general comments were ways to make projects more competitive. That is the #1 question I get asked across the board from applicants, and so I'm going to talk a little bit more about that. So looking forward to round 7, I'm asking applicants to really focus on performance-based planning. You're going to hear from Jatinder, whether or not it's tomorrow or not, but focusing on prioritized needs. Any need can get you in Smart Scale as a midterm need, and I think folks are equating that to the worst problem, but we actually prioritize VTrans needs in Virginia. And the benefit, as a reminder, is the project's impacts on needs and problems. The second thing is you have to identify the right solutions to the needs and actually value engineer a project. We do this in terms of support, through the STARS program and through the pipeline program, where we're actually working with the applicant to come up with the best solution to the problems. And then approving cost effectiveness, which is actually working on reducing contingencies and risk and getting your cost estimate as lean as you can. I do want to point out that there are plenty of reasons why performance-based planning is overlooked, and I think I would like y'all's help in identifying that with applicants as they come to you. It is very common to see that local board members expect an application in their very district, regardless of whether or not there are high prioritized needs there. So they will want an application whether or not it meets and rises to this priority 1 or 2. There's also pressure to apply for your maximum cap limit. And then there's the difference between perception of a real versus a data issue that is happening. Near misses of crashes that folks are seeing and experiencing, but there isn't data that relates to that. And lastly, some folks have determined that there is a solution that has already going to work. It's going to be 4-lane widening, and it's not going to be coming up with a super street or a series of R cuts, and value engineering isn't considered.
Before you go forward, let me say a couple things. So the identifying the right solution to address the needs and the other sort of piece that Ms. Jackson mentioned about everybody wants a project, that goes to a lot of the issue here. And I'll give you an example. So 81, we had a good 81 meeting yesterday with the advisory committee. We had a CIP meeting. We'll do another one today. And there's some people that just that would like to see us 3-lane each side of 81 from the 325-mile whole length, right? Well, it's outrageously expensive to be able to do that. There's no viable way to get there, right? And so we didn't think we needed to get there anyway. The analysis that we did said that the problems on 81 tend to be, in general, more incident and location-based than like the situation from Fredericksburg to Washington, D.C., which is just full. So what we're trying to do is go in and spend these limited resources in places that bring great value, right? Have a big impact, and yet we're not six lane in the whole thing, the whole distance. And so we're confident, and we're starting to see the results of that that's the way to do this. When we did this in the beginning, we didn't care where those answers were. We just want the best value, right? We want to attack the biggest problem and bring the best value to it. And it doesn't matter where it is. It doesn't matter whether it's in your district or my district or her district or his district or wherever it is, we don't care. And smart scale in the high priority area, that's what that does. It's not about handing out pork to places. It's about fixing real problems. And the biggest problems, the ones that impact us the most, meaning the citizens the most, should be the ones that we fix first, right? And it doesn't matter where it is. We don't care. And you saw, so that's the underlying tenet of our system. And when everybody wants something, that's antithetical to that. And when we just have the wrong solution to a problem, that's antithetical to that. And so that's what we're fighting here, a natural fight, if you will, small f. That's what we're fighting here, and that's what this takes us to. So listen, we've made it better, and you have made this much better than it was. We can continue to refine it over years going forward. What I hope we don't do is slide back to the let's give everybody some money and just, pat ourselves on the back and be done with it, because that's not what we need to be doing. Okay, Brooke.
So like I mentioned, any midterm need is acceptable for smart scale, but the prioritized needs are ranked. And I'm going to focus on 1 and 2, which is your top 5% needs, or where the most needs are in the state. And then there's also a correlation there between 1 and 2. Those are locations where you're eligible for pipeline studies. So, we've been saying this and we've been preaching it for a long time. We're on the 3rd round of pipeline, and applicants know they're only eligible to study in areas where there are these high impact needs. And so what does that actually look like? You can go onto the vtrans.virginia.gov Web Map Explorer and turn on the prioritized needs. I'd used the construction district priority, and they're color coded. The red is priority 1, and orange and yellow are priority 2. But there is some really interesting outcomes from the data. 43 out of 53 of all funded projects were located on a priority 1 or 2 construction district need in round 6. 100%, 14 out of 14 of HPP funded projects were located on a priority 1 or 2 need. That is a very strong correlation. And this is also where the worst problems are. So that makes sense. And that's how it should work. And we should be finding solutions to the worst problems. This is by district. I'm going to quickly show you. It's color-coded from highest to lowest, and this is pure applications that were submitted, 270. 70 were submitted as priority 1, and again, green is the higher. So where are the greens happening? They're happening in the areas that got a lot of HPP dollars. The 18, the 22 in priority 1 and 2, that's Richmond. And a lot of that has to do with the fact they're submitting more applications too, so that's not lost on me. But out of 270 applications, that gives us about a 20% success rate when we're funding 53 applications. You have a much higher success rate if you're in that priority 1. Now, VTrans needs isn't everything the prioritized needs. It's not the only component. It's the 3 things. So we have a high level need, and then the second thing is to look at the value engineering. finding a good solution to the problem, finding a cost-effective solution to the problem. So like we mentioned, not using the solution that's already been determined, actually studying and incorporating the VDOT, STARS, and the OIP pipeline methodologies that we have in place. You do not have to be in those programs to use their methodologies. They have technical guides that are out there showing how to do these studies. The same consultants that help the pipeline program and the STARS program can be available to your applicants. There is no rules that you have to use the STARS or pipeline. So I cannot stress that enough, that those have very good resources on how to study corridors for finding the best solutions. And then another piece of it is actually right-sizing the actual scope. If you have a 10-mile corridor, but a priority 1 need is only on half a mile, maybe the first step is looking at what you can do in that half mile instead of those 10 miles. And that's something to consider when you're picking your application.
Secretary, I have a question on that last slide, or
College.
comment. I hear the study, the corridor, use STARS and the pipeline. But one of the changes made last time was if it was a part of a study, it has to be funded fully. You can't, so what you said is just focus where it's the worst, but that changes their eligibility if they do that. And it happened in Fredericksburg. And that's why I'm bringing it up, because the Fredericksburg district had a project that was part of a study, and we only put in an application for the worst area, which turned out to be the #1 project in the Commonwealth. And because of that nuance, it didn't qualify for HPP funding. So, you know, if that's what we're gonna say is only focus on this little narrow part, well, then we have to change that policy that says that we have to fund the full.
So this, Ms. Sellers, is not about HPP. This is about your success in general. So it got funded. So that project did get funded. And so that is still working. The second thing is Chad Tucker is the program manager for Pipeline, and he's implementing methodologies like this to tighten up the corridor. 9 times out of 10, when they expand the corridor, it's because the applicant is pushing them to study more and more. And we're trying to focus down. So the next step is to say, let's right-size the pipeline applications for the second part of your question about HPP eligibility. So you'll see that pipeline studies are going to be a little bit smaller and narrower in this round than they were in previous rounds to better fit into the process.
I have to agree to disagree on it's working. If it's taking out high-scoring projects because of a nuance, then I would say it's not working. But we can agree to disagree on
But
that.
you said it got funded.
It didn't, just
Why
out
did
of
it take
DGP.
And there's a benefit to the district. There's a benefit to other parts of the district if these high-scoring projects get HPP money. That's statewide money. So then the district money goes back to the district, and you can fund projects that are lower scoring.
Impacts everybody the same.
Nope, it doesn't.
Sure it does. It's agnostic to where it is.
Does not. It does, this nuance, and if it affected in the Fredericksburg district, then I'm sure it affected other parts of the state. And it
That's what I'm
does
saying.
change. It means that these, mostly in, what I see is in the type D categories, these rural areas just they're not gonna compete for these HPP money.
Well,
So,
if it's, you know, the concept, Ms. Sellers, is it's a high priority project for the state. That's the concept.
I understand.
And if it doesn't measure as a high priority project for the state, because it's a relative measure, then that's that.
What I'm saying is it met every criteria except the tying it to the STARS study. It met all the other criteria, and it was the highest scoring project in the state.
I'm not sure what you're saying, but I'll be happy to get deeper into it offline.
Cost effectiveness, just 2 things I'll mention here. Working with VDOT early and often, if you rely on VDOT for your estimates and to come up with your first level of estimates, the earlier you can work with them, the better, so that they can focus in and have more confidence early in on an estimate. reducing that contingency and risk, focusing on that. Ideally, if an applicant has some money, they can advance the project further and already have it further along on this graph where you can reduce your risk and contingency. All right, I am just about done. So lastly is leverage. We are seeing in the data that leveraging is not bringing down the smart scale request. So what is that telling me? Is that applicants are taking a very expensive project and putting $2 to $3 million on it and not lowering their requests that they're asking for. They're just assuming that that's sprinkling on a little fairy dust, but it's not actually bringing down the request. So as you can see, the two graphs here are average request in general was $30 million. But once you added any money on it, doesn't matter how much money, the total request went to $40 million. So you're not lowering your request when you're adding leverage to a project. So if applicants can focus on getting into these average requests with high priority needs being addressed, that is where the sweet spot is in funding. So the key takeaways are focusing on those priority 1 and 2 locations, right-sizing your solutions, partnership with the state as early as possible and with DRPT, and not what percent you leverage, it's what requested amount you get down to on your benefit cost ratio. And that is all I have for you today. If you have questions, I'm happy to take them.
Mr. Secretary.
Dr. Smoot.
Brooke, thank you and Renique both for coming and meeting with the planning district in Roanoke. But my question is not so much down in the details here. How is the amount available for smart scale in its entirety determined each round?
So let me.
I gotta phone a friend.
Let me, that's not a Brooke question. We have a formula that all our money travels through, and it goes down through construction, and it goes to the district grant and to the high priority projects as a subset of construction, and it's all formula-based. The piece that is not formula-based is the phenomena that's associated with maintenance and crossover. And so as we look at our budgets, as our money flows in, with some exceptions, 51% goes to maintenance, 49% goes to construction, and then it flows through construction and gets to HPP and district grant. And those are all, that's just math, statutory math. We don't decide it, General Assembly's decide it, that's what it is, it's statutory math. What we do decide is what our maintenance budget's gonna be. And unfortunately, in the last numbers of years, we've seen incredible increases in our maintenance budget, some of which is associated with just inflation, some of it's associated with hurricanes, some of it's associated with snowstorms. And as I've said, probably the last 4 or 5 meetings at least, we're $600 million over our budget on those items. So that money has to come from somewhere. Now, we set targets and goals. You know, when you got to plow snow, you plow snow. But how often do you plow it? How fast do you plow it? All those things. We have goals on pavements. We have goals on bridges. We have goals on mowing. We have goals on ditching. We have goals on all sorts of things, right? And we get to decide at this board what those goals are and what we're going to try to get done. And so we set those goals, and that requires a certain amount of money to accomplish those goals. But sometimes we'll fudge on those a little bit. We won't get to, if the number's 15, we may get to 13 or 14, not 15. And so we make judgments. VDOT and the Secretary's office makes judgments on what we're going to suggest we do with maintenance. That all has an impact on the total construction budget, which then has an impact on high priority and district grant. So at the beginning, it's all formula, it's all math. Then we decide as a board how much maintenance we're going to do relative to our goals and how much we're not. This year, as I've said a number of times, in our early discussions, I could have come with a straight face and a erect back and said, smart scale is going to be $200 million, right? It was 1.1 almost, is what we got to. But I could have literally come in here and said, folks, I think it's 200 million this time. But we fought and we dug in cushions and we did everything we could do. We know some of the money is going to come back from FEMA, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And we pushed the number as high as we could get it while still ensuring that we do what we think we need to do. And so that's a long answer to a short question, but that's how it works. So initially, it's all formula, just math. But then if we take money from construction because we're trying to meet our maintenance goals, which we set, then that will reduce those numbers.
And my impression, Mr. Secretary, is that the number, whatever it is, was considerably less than it was in round 5.
No, sir. We've had.
What was it in round 5?
We've had that slide before. I think we had it at the last meeting, actually. We had a couple bumps in the smart scale rounds. One was associated with a lag. We don't have that. Do we have that in here? Yeah, total funding allocated. So, yeah, it was, 25 was $1 billion. 26 was $1 billion. 24 was 1.6. So, yeah, substantially. But if you look, so the round 17 had some vagaries, excuse me. The first round had some vagaries of catch up. John, help me here, or Laura, help me here.
That's correct.
Laura, help me here.
Oh, yeah.
I can't remember all the vagaries, but the $1 billion in round 2, the round 3 billion, the round 6 billion. Help me deconstruct the vagaries that we've discussed before there.
So beginning with the first round of Smart Scale, that represented multi-years of funding. And so as we get to where we are today, the bulk of Smart Scale funding comes from the last 2 years of the program, year 5 and 6. The differences between round 5 and 6 are primarily due to the supplemental district grant program, where the fuel taxes collected in the districts that have the supplemental fuel that boosts the district grant. In round 5, we had approximately 5 years worth of those funds. We kind of let the governor go and deployed all those resources. And then in round 6,
Okay, so
we're down
stop
to
right
2.
there. So we had 5 years of supplemental versus 2 years of supplemental. So yeah, they're different. But if you tried to normalize them and make everything the same, they're not that much different, is what I'm trying to get at.
And my last question.
Is that fair, Laura?
Yes, sir. That's just the extraordinary difference between 5 and 6.
Right.
Okay, and of the $1 billion for round 6, my impression, which may be wrong, correct me please, is that about $380 million of that in round numbers went into the statewide pot, and the rest was distributed across the district pots.
I'll have to go back and check that, sir, but I
2020.
think so, because district grants is boosted by the fuel tax supplemental money.
Okay, but the state pot was, in round numbers, less than $400 million this time.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, which, you know, I understand why we need to do this, and I don't disagree with this, but it does encourage legislative action or request for legislative action for major projects, a la Close the Gap, when we don't have a lot of money or as much money as we've had in the past to the statewide pot. Because what districts, and I don't mean our districts, but people in districts tend to think is that, well, if we're going to get such and such a project done, we need to go to the legislature. Forget smart scale.
Well, Dr. Smoot, I'd say this. The legislature has been involved in the last numbers of years in just a very handful of places. And they've been huge efforts. So 81 is a $245 million or so. There was $400 million or so that came out of the general fund to the gap. And those numbers are too big for this to handle. And, right, it doesn't matter where they are. There's just not enough money in our funding formula to do these $1 billion projects. I mean, to your point, the whole smart scale round is $1 billion. So those are the facts, and when you have something that's really important and is really big, then that's what we've seen in the state legislature. And, you know, I don't think that's all bad, because you don't have those all the time either. So do you want to just pump that amount of money straight through the system every time? I'm not sure that's the right answer either. But yeah, there's no listen. There's no question that we are under real stress to keep up with maintenance and to keep up with growth. There's no question about that. Listen, every day you pick up the paper and somebody's building a new apartment complex or a new development or new whatever it is, right? And the localities control that. We don't control that. And then all of a sudden you got that many more people there, and all of a sudden you don't have the infrastructure. So we're catching up all the time, right? And the growth happens faster than we can react to it, and we don't have the funding to react to a lot of it. So there's no question that we are behind the curve, all right? And that we don't control all these factors. Having said that, I think we've, you know, historically, VDOT's done a pretty darn good job of keeping a transportation system. Listen, we still rank number 2 in infrastructure in the country, and we'd be ranked number 1 if it wasn't for energy infrastructure. So we still have an excellent system relative to everybody else, but it's not excellent enough for us, and we need to find ways to make it better. So yeah, you're right. And you just think about that. So $1 billion for everything across the Commonwealth for 2 years. And we can spend $1 billion in about 2 seconds, right? So that, you know, that's why we have these regional authorities. That's a whole different problem as it relates to maintenance, but, you know, they're putting billions and billions of extra dollars in aside from us throughout the Commonwealth as well. So that's the long and the short of it. But in general, if you could sort of take the vagaries out of this funding, the multi-years that have lumped into 1 year versus another, or one round versus another, it's been pretty steady. But I'll tell you this, $1 billion in 2026 is not the same as $1 billion in 2018. So it hadn't kept up with inflation, that's for sure. All right. Yes, Mr. Minshew.
Thank you, Secretary. Ms. Jackson, there was a slide a few times back on leverage, and let me ask a question. Imagine Fairfax County and Pittsylvania County want to do the exact same project on their sections of 29. And let's assume those 2 improvements that are twins get the same amount of congestion relief. The Fairfax project with higher land costs and higher labor costs is always going to rate lower. Does that mean that in a scenario like I just talked about, the local government, be it Fairfax where the costs are more, should come up with leverage to make their project competitive with the twin project, the exact same project, the same amount of congestion relief down in Pennsylvania?
Yes. At the end of the day, it's your requested amount of money versus the benefit, right? So the leverage changes your requested amount of money. The benefit stays the same, right? So the less money I ask you for, and the state gets the same benefit, the higher it's going to score. So if you put in more leverage and drive your cost down, drive your ask down, then you're going to score better. So it's not, if you will, the amount of leverage, it's what that does to your ask, right? So if your ask was $2 billion, and I put in $1 billion, so now it's only $1 billion. The fact that I put in $1 billion is great, but if I get the same benefit for $200 million somewhere else, that billion you're asking for me is not going to score well versus the same benefit at $200 million, right? So Brooks' slide was intending to show you that it's not just the number of the leverage, it's the resultant ask versus the benefit.
If I could just add really quick, in areas that have extremely high needs, in theory, you can ask for more money if they're going to bring the highest benefits.
Yeah, they tend to have more benefit.
So,
right? Because the needs are higher,
Yeah.
the benefits are higher. So there is a balancing there. It's not, listen, when we do a project in a high traffic area, it has more impact than we do in a low traffic area. I'm gonna button this up because we've got to move, but a couple of years ago, Commissioner, we were out and what's the road we were on that goes to the bridge into Kentucky? Somebody help me here. Anyway, we went out and reviewed this project. It's a really cool project, right? For lots of reasons. But we were looking at this bridge, and it's a bridge between Virginia and Kentucky. And it's gorgeous. It's really high. This area that it's over is just beautiful. And we were out there, and we were touring this bridge, and we were all out there in our vests, and, we had our VDOT trucks and all that. And we walked all the way across. I walked into Kentucky and, walked back. And I came to the guy, and we saw a few vehicles, and I came to the guy and says, when is this road going to open? He said, it is open. I'm like, dude, I just walked like a mile down a bridge. It looks like an interstate, and like there's been no cars, but it's open. That's not going to score real well on congestion relief, okay? And so, that's a project's been done. It's not, I'm not saying it's a bad project. I'm just saying when there's lots of people and there's lots of detriment, then the benefits are huge. And so they tend to score better. And even though the cost is up, the benefit's up too, and so it evens itself out. All right, Brooke, we need to button this up and move.
yeah, just looking at that priority 1 and 2 need map, I have the link in there. If there's a specific location that someone is asking you to look at and talk about, pull up this map and see what the prioritized need is there. See if it rises to a 1 and 2, and that will help you answer those questions to applicants as they come up.
All right, anybody else? Yes, Mr. Griffin.
Just one quick question, Mr. Chairman.
That's all good.
This is one of the more complicated things we're doing as a board, and yet we don't get these materials in time to review them prior to the meeting, or at least I didn't, and the district staff didn't. So I would just ask in the future if we could get these early enough. Ms. Brooks done a phenomenal job, like tons of detail in here, lots of information. It's very complicated, but it's actually hard to absorb real time. And then if I could get permission, I'd like to ask questions on this after I've had the time to review it, and maybe just send that to staff.
You can, but this is the format we use. We'll get it to you as quickly as we can, Mr. Griffin. We got lots of moving parts here. We're not asking you to take any action here. This is just information.
Yeah, but I guess my problem is I'm maybe not as quick as most of the people on this board. I'm having trouble tracking this as we go because I haven't been able to read it ahead of time. So maybe just if we can get it a little bit earlier, and I don't know if there are constraints of why we can't get it earlier.
Why can't you get to Roanoke in an hour from here? There's a constraint. It's because there's time and there's work. That's all.
Okay.
It's just, can we get it to you 3 weeks in advance? No, we can't.
3 days.
We're coming
3
from
days
the
would be
next-
awesome.
You should have it at least 3 days.
Yeah, I'll take 3 days. Yes.
Good. But again, this is not an action item. This is a discussion for information. So at least there's no urgency. We're not going to ask you to vote on something tomorrow. Anybody else? Thank you, ma'am. Director, do you have any comments? I consider that a no.
Yeah, Mr.
Commissioner?
Secretary, in the interest of time, I'm happy to leave my report for everyone to read and ask questions during our break.
Your report has been distributed. Okay. Commissioner?
Mr. Secretary, my fourth quarter commissioner's report is in everyone's package. It highlights our on-time and on-budget delivery. A couple other items of note we're highlighting the Route 58 opening that occurred 5 months in advance of that we thought it would be, at a value of about $7 million rather than $50 million roughly that we had anticipated at the early stage. Similar to the director's report, it is in your package. I encourage you to read it, and if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to take those.
Questions of the commissioner or the director? All right. Before we adjourn, we've got an afternoon. We're going to go to the inland port and some other stops we have. Tomorrow morning, we're scheduled to start at 8:30. We need to be out of here by 9:30, or we're going to be driving to Abingdon, which I'm not going to do. And so we're going to have a condensed time in the morning. We've got a V-Trans presentation that we haven't done yet. So we'll try to figure out how to, because that's a little bit extensive. We've got some action items that we need to take action on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to adjourn or recess this workshop meeting until tomorrow morning and make a decision as whether we try to get the V-Trans presentation in or not. What I'll probably do is start the action meeting at 8:30, get the action taken care of, and then hopefully we'll have time. But we need to leave here, for the folks that are leaving here, no later than 9:30 tomorrow. Or is that, any questions? All right, so I'm going to recess the workshop meeting until tomorrow at 8:30. We're in recess.